Chapter 507. The purple gold gourd appeared out of thin air. Runes flowed around it, and a purple light flickered. It was gorgeous and mysterious. As the lid of the gourd was opened, a psychedelic light spread out like an extension of a small world, sucking in all the ancient beast essence blood. Under Zi Chen's urging, the monk took out other things. Ancient beast bones, skin, and meat were scattered in a large pile, all emitting a faint luster. After the psychedelic light shone on it, everything was taken away again. The small purple gold gourd took in things that were several times more than it. Seeing such a mystical gourd, the eyes of the spirit devouring rat flashed. Greedy fellow, you're about to lose your life and you're still so greedy? Zi Chen slapped down and sent the spirit devouring rat flying. Humans die. During this pause, the little demonic leopard caught up and attacked fiercely. The two of them were horrified and kept dodging, not daring to face it head-on. Haha, today is the day you die, despicable humans. The little demonic leopard laughed wildly. Its laughter shook the heavens and swept through the world. An even stronger energy surged and sent Zi Chen and the monk flying again. The expression of the spirit devouring rat kept changing. Finally, it gritted its teeth and sent a voice transmission. Stop pretending. Beat it to death. Beat it to death. The monk ignored such crazy words. If they beat up the little one now, the old one would slaughter them in less than a moment. I just thought of a secret place that can definitely get rid of them. There's no need to worry now. Before the old one comes, beat this little one up. Even if you beat it to death, it's fine. The spirit-devouring rat said again. In the midst of the energy, Zi Chen and the monk looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. When this fellow saw the little demonic leopard before, it was as if it was its ancestor and did not even dare to breathe loudly. But now, it was different from before, calling it a little one and beating it to death. Why, you don't believe me? The spirit-devouring rat glared and said unhappily, I've always treated you as friends. The two of them did not say much this time and continued to dodge and escape, allowing the little demonic leopard's laughter to echo. Friends? If they were really friends, they would not be hunted down. I'm telling the truth this time. That place is definitely safe. The spirit-devouring rat caught up and said unwillingly, I can take you there immediately, but think about it. You have extraordinary battle strength, and you must be outstanding among humans. How can you be suppressed by a beast? If news of this gets out, how will you have the face to continue living in this world? The spirit-devouring rat said firmly, I'll say the same thing again. Before we leave, we'll beat him to death first. Just treat it as some interest. The monk's expression did not change. He did not believe the spirit-devouring rats at all. Zi Chen, on the other hand, was tempted. He had long since figured out the character of the spirit-devouring rats. Their number one trait was not greed, but cowardice. Among them, it was the one who was most afraid of death. For it to speak so resolutely, it definitely had something to rely on. Furthermore, this reliance allowed it to not fear the old demonic leopard. Devil ape, keep an eye on it. Zi Chen said. The devil ape in his arms turned into a beam of black light and landed on the spirit-devouring rat's head. The spirit-engulfing rat shrieked in fright, but when it saw the shrunken version of the devil ape, the latter was astonished. Boom! After that, a golden light flashed around Zi Chen's body, and a surge of energy was released. He wanted to compete with the little demonic leopard. Are you crazy? You believe the words of this prodigal thing? It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. The point is, I really want to beat this idiot up. Zi Chen said in a cold voice, Give me a forbidden weapon. The two of them had used all their forbidden weapons on the old demonic leopard. However, in the spirit-devouring rat's nest, they found 2 spirit rings. There were elixir weapons and forbidden weapons inside. The monk shook his hand and threw a spirit ring to Zi Chen. There was an elixir weapon and several forbidden weapons inside. Although the monk was greedy, he knew the severity and did not keep the elixir weapon. After catching the spirit ring, Zi-chan rushed towards the little demonic leopard. "Human, are you here to die?" Seeing Zi-chen rushing over, the little demonic leopard's eyes lit up. "Idiot, you're the one who's going to die," Zi-chen shouted. The aura around him surged crazily, and a boundless golden light flashed. His aura changed again and again. His figure became tall and imposing. He clenched his right fist and punched out a dazzling fist light. The fist light soared into the sky. It was dazzling and dazzling, like a blazing golden sun. The power of this punch shook the heavens and the earth, causing the void to tremble. "Useless human!" The little demonic leopard transmitted its voice. Its body flashed with green light, and it slapped at Zi-chan with its claws. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded between the heavens and the earth. Blazing golden light flashed continuously. It was as if a golden sun had suddenly exploded. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out in the sky. In this exchange, the two sides were evenly matched. They both retreated. There was a hint of excitement in the little demonic leopard's cold eyes. In an instant, it rolled up a gale and swept towards Zi-chen. At the same time, it turned into a green light and rushed towards Zi-chen with the gale. "Sky Tyrant Fist!" Zi-chen shouted. The dazzling fist light appeared again. This time it wasn't just one punch, but dozens of punches. Each of them emitted a powerful aura that filled the entire sky and hit the incoming gale. Continuous explosions rang out, causing the heavens and the earth to lose its color. Zi-chen's body flashed with golden light as he retreated rapidly. He felt that his entire right hand was about to split open. The ancient beast's defense was too strong, and its physique was even more powerful. It seemed that the hope of trampling on a pure-blooded ancient beast was somewhat remote for the time being. Moreover, after fighting with the pure-blooded ancient hand, Zi-chen knew the flaw of his perfect body. This was a flaw in pure strength. It was also the source of all his strength, his blood. Although he was now evenly matched with the little demonic leopard, he relied more on the powerful battle techniques he had learned. The two sides continued to fight fiercely, but there were many reasons for a draw. As a pure-blooded ancient beast, the little demonic leopard did have the right to be arrogant. Its entire body emitted a green light. Even its blood was green, providing it with endless power. A dull explosion rang out between heaven and earth. During this period, a gale constantly swept over, wanting to devour Zi-chen. Boom! In front of Zi-chen, the power of the forbidden weapon's explosion landed on the little demonic leopard's body. Green blood rained down, and a large hole was pierced through the gale. Zi-chen staggered and flew out. His clothes were tattered, and a few wounds appeared on his arm. Red blood dripped down. "It's really strong," Zi-chen sighed. However, immediately after, he threw out a few more forbidden weapons. A deafening explosion rang out again. This time, it was accompanied by the roar of the little demonic leopard. The gale disappeared, and the little demonic leopard appeared. A few green scales around its body shattered, and drops of green blood splattered down. Zi-chan was surprised. Several forbidden weapons exploded at the same time, but it only left a small wound on the little demonic leopard's body. "Human, you have completely infuriated me. Today you will die without a doubt," the little demonic leopard said coldly. However, Zi-chan did not choose to continue fighting. He waved his right hand in the air, collecting a handful of green blood. Then he turned around and ran. Such a scene angered the little demonic leopard. It roared and chased after Zi-chen. "Stop, human. Let's have a fair fight," the little demonic leopard shouted, its voice shaking the sky. As one fled and one chased, both sides quickly escaped from the ancient battlefield. The brown earth disappeared, and an oasis appeared. In front of them was a dense forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the leaves were lush. The spirit-devouring rat carried the two of them and rushed in. During this time, the little demonic leopard roared repeatedly. However, its speed was much slower than the two of them, and it did not catch up. Not good. The old demonic leopard, who had been tailing them, saw the dense forest in front of them. Its expression changed, and it immediately attacked. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying claw appeared. It tore through the sky and ruthlessly slapped toward Zichen and the monk. The two of them no longer held back and used their extreme speed to dodge. They turned into a ray of light and dodged the fatal attack. However, the powerful force of this attack still caused the two of them to vomit blood. This time it was not an act. The little demonic leopard had just turned its head, but before it could question, it heard the old demonic leopard's unusually solemn voice. "We can't let them go in. We must kill them here." With a claw, a gale surged, and a destructive storm began to sweep across the land. Rumbling sounds continued as the ancient trees and mountains were uprooted and torn apart by the storm. The old demonic leopard had completely unleashed its might. In front of them, the fleeing Zichen and the monk felt that their movements were hindered after the storm appeared. Their speed was greatly reduced. With this, the other party would soon catch up to them. Swoosh! At this moment, the demonic ape transformed and grabbed Zichen and the monk. It turned into a ray of black light and began to flee for its life. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it used its small claws to hook onto the demonic ape's powerful arm. The demonic ape's body was shrouded in black light, as if there was a force of law circulating around it. The resistance of the storm had no effect on it. This is... Seeing the demonic ape's figure, the old demonic leopard had a trace of doubt in its eyes. For some reason, it felt that this black figure was very familiar, as if it had seen it somewhere before. However, the old demonic leopard didn't recall it, but that didn't hinder its determination to kill, because in the depths of the forest there was an existence it didn't want to provoke. The old demonic leopard was determined to kill. It repeatedly launched powerful attacks, and the huge storm continued to spread, destroying the entire forest. "Old ancestor, save me! Save me, old ancestor!" During this period, the demonic ape was brushed by the energy several times, and blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. The spirit-devouring rat hanging on the demonic ape's arm screamed loudly. Old ancestor, Zichen and the monk were stunned. Could there be another spirit-devouring rat king here? It's useless. Today you will die without a doubt. The old demonic leopard's voice sounded, and at the same time a monstrous killing intent surged. The world darkened in an instant as a terrifying aura surged. A huge claw fell from the sky, tyrannically slapping toward Zichen and the others. This was the old demonic leopard's powerful attack, and it represented a sure kill attack. Even the demonic ape couldn't avoid it. Just as the claw was about to land and everyone's lives were in danger, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Old demonic leopard, you rashly attacked human trial takers. You have broken the rules." Chapter 508. This wasn't a dazzling light, but it contained unimaginable power and blocked the old demonic leopard's killing blow. The energy between heaven and earth surged, shaking the space and sweeping in all directions. Zichen's group was sent flying by this energy fluctuation, far away from the old demonic leopard and out of its attack range. Zichen and the rest were still in shock as they looked up at the sky. When the energy dissipated, an old man appeared in the air and stood in front of the old demonic leopard, blocking it. It's the old ancestor's incarnation. Heavens, the old ancestor really appeared. With the old ancestor here, the old demonic leopard can't do anything to us. We're safe. The spirit-devouring rat was extremely excited after seeing the old man. "Is the old ancestor the king of your rat race?" Monk asked. No, the old ancestor is just a title we ancient beasts use for him. In this ancient battlefield, no one knows who's the strongest, but if we're talking about who has lived for a long time and who has the highest seniority, it's definitely the old ancestor. Moreover, being able to live for a long time is the best proof of one's strength. Currently, all the kings in this area have to give the old ancestor some face, the spirit-devouring rat explained excitedly. Don't worry. With the old ancestor here, the old demonic leopard won't dare to do anything to us. The spirit-devouring rat seemed to be very confident in the old man. Seeing the old man in the air, the old demonic leopard's cold eyes flashed and said coldly, "It's you? Why are you stopping me?" The old man glanced at the old demonic leopard and said indifferently, "I'm doing this for your own good." Old demonic leopard, stop! You should know the consequences of breaking the rules better than I do. Hearing the rules, the old demonic leopard's eyes had a hint of fear. Then its expression became twisted as it roared. The rules only say that we can't casually provoke human trial takers, but they didn't say that we can't passively attack after being bullied. I don't believe that I'll be punished for killing them. Bully? The old man chuckled and looked at the old demonic leopard again. Their strength is like heaven and earth compared to yours. Do you think they'll take the initiative to provoke you and kill you? Not me, but my son, the old demonic leopard roared. They killed my son first and stole my treasure later. If this wasn't an insult to me, then what was? This is an irreconcilable enmity. Get out of the way. I will definitely kill them today. The little demonic leopard didn't die at all. It was a blessing in disguise, and its strength has improved. As for this piece of broken bone, I'll just return it to you. The spirit-devouring rat suddenly cried out from afar. It wasn't afraid, since the old man was present. You little thing, shut up! The old devil leopard roared. The spirit-devouring rat was startled and didn't dare to say another word. The old man's eyes flickered with astonishment after hearing about the treasure. His calm voice could be heard once again. In this trial ground, it's up to the heavens to decide the life and death of those with the same cultivation. This is the rule of the ancient battlefield. What's more, it's just an ancient beast. It can't even kill a human of the same level. It deserves to die. Furthermore, the old man stared at the old devil leopard and said coldly, "The young devil leopard's strength has already reached the point where it can handle the trial by itself. Using this as an excuse to break the rules is simply courting death." The old devil leopard was so angry that it couldn't say a word. However, the coldness in its eyes intensified. Clearly, it wasn't convinced. This ancient battlefield was a mysterious place where many experts had fallen in the past. Just as the spirit-devouring rat had said, this place was a cage that imprisoned them forever. Living beasts couldn't leave at all unless they died. Rather than calling this a world, it was more like a trial ground. At a specific time, at a specific place, batches of humans would come in. These humans were called trial takers, and the ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield were the targets of the trial. The weak were prey to the strong, and life and death were up to fate. Human trial takers were limited by their strength. True experts couldn't enter at all. In this area, there were many experts among the ancient beasts, just like the devouring sky wolf and the old devil leopard. These were existences that could dominate a region in the human world. The ancient battlefield also had a corresponding rule for these ancient beasts. High-level ancient beasts couldn't attack low-level human trial takers. In the past, no matter how powerful the ancient beasts that broke the rules were, they would all fall after breaking the rules. But after a long time, batch after batch of trial takers came, and the number of ancient beasts that broke the rules decreased. The ancient beasts also gradually forgot about the rules. This was because ancient beasts could slaughter human experts of the same level. Therefore, there weren't any powerful ancient beasts that were willing to risk their lives to break the rules. If it were other ancient beasts, even if the old man mentioned the rules, they wouldn't necessarily know. However, The old devil leopard was very clear about the rules. This was because the old devil leopard had a powerful ancestor who had fallen because he broke the rules. At that time, the strength of that ancestor had almost transformed into a true ancient beast. When the rules were mentioned again, the old devil leopard's expression began to change. "Father, since this matter started because of me, let me kill them." At this moment, the young devil leopard strode forward. Looking at Zi-chan and Tyrant, its eyes were spitting fire. It shouted, "Human, do you dare to fight with me?" Zi-chan and Tyrant didn't say anything. They chose to remain silent. Let's have a showdown. Life and death are up to fate. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak, the young devil leopard shouted again. Its powerful aura surged, and it seemed to be very confident. "All right, I won't participate in this matter. Let them settle it themselves. However, if the humans die, they must hand over the supreme treasure." The old devil leopard finally relented. The reason it relented was not only because of the illusory rules, but also because of its confidence. It believed that the young devil leopard could kill the enemy. Moreover, letting the young devil leopard kill the two humans to restore its confidence was its original intention. "You two come out and fight. If you die, hand over the supreme treasure," the old devil leopard said coldly. It was obvious that it still had a trick up its sleeve. It was afraid that the young devil leopard wouldn't be able to win. For safety's sake, it only called out one human. If it was a one-on-one battle, the young devil leopard would naturally win. If it couldn't even kill a human in a one-on-one battle, then the young devil leopard didn't deserve to be called an ancient beast. "Little guys, go and fight. This is your only chance." The old man turned his head and smiled kindly at the two. Tyrant and Zi-chin looked at each other and nodded. After that, Zi-chin strode out and said, "All right, a battle of life and death. Let's leave it to fate, but it must be fair." "Of course it's fair. You can fight as you wish," the old devil leopard said coldly. "Since it's fair, why should I hand over the supreme treasure if I die? What if your son dies? Do you think I'll only get a corpse? How can a rotten corpse compare to a supreme treasure? If you can't take out something equivalent to the supreme treasure, I refuse to fight," Zi-chin said firmly. In the sky, the old man couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. Obviously, this was a smart human. He was also a typical human being who was greedy and didn't want to lose out. Moreover, he was very intelligent. He directly described a priceless ancient beast as a worthless corpse. Good, good, good. What a greedy human. Fine, I'll let you die, wholeheartedly and completely convinced. The old devil leopard was extremely angry, but it still took out something comparable to a supreme treasure. A green light flashed around its body, and a strong murderous aura emerged. The blue sky instantly turned blood red. It was a blood-red spear, emitting a terrifying aura that made people tremble. The spear was broken in half, but it was still close to 2 meters long, like a spear. It was not the first time Zi-chin saw a weapon emitting such a strong aura. When the Liu family took out the wolf-toothed club in Songli City, the aura was similar to that of the blood-red spear. However, compared to the spear, the wolf-toothed club lacked a strong murderous aura. Obviously, this murderous aura was tainted by slaughtering many experts. What a big deal. This spear must be the one you obtained with the finger bone in the depths, right? Seeing the spear, the old man's eyes lit up. "Yes," the old devil leopard said proudly. "Although this is a broken weapon, its quality is better than any weapon I've ever seen." Without the old devil leopard's explanation, Zi-chin and Tyrant's eyes lit up. Tyrant was even more anxious. "Zi-chin, quickly, quickly kill that idiot. The finger bone is yours, and this blood-red spear must be mine." The bet had been taken out, and now it was time for a fierce battle. However, it was not here, but hundreds of miles deep. The battlefield was set on a black pool with a radius of thousands of meters. Looking at the black pool below, The old devil leopard's expression changed slightly. "Do you think this human has a chance of winning?" "No matter whether it's possible or not. This battle must be fair." The old man, standing in the air, said lightly, "Zichin, kill that idiot and get his blood essence. Then we can baptize." Tyrant was excited and kept transmitting his voice. Of course, he was most concerned about the blood-red spear of the old devil leopard. "Zichin, do your best." The spirit-devouring rat also cheered for Zichin. As for the devil leopard, it had already disappeared. No one knew where it was hiding. Boom! As the crowd stepped aside, the battle began. Moreover, it was a fierce battle of life and death. The energy between heaven and earth began to surge violently. The violent wind that the little devil leopard had just raised was instantly blown away by the forbidden weapon, and a rain of green blood fell from the sky. It had suffered a loss in the first exchange. "Human, you're despicable," the little devil leopard shouted, the cold light in its eyes becoming more intense. "You're the despicable one. If you have the ability, then remove this violent wind." Zichin snorted coldly. His whole body was shining with golden light as if he was wearing a golden armor. The two did not say much and fought again. In an instant, a rain of blood fell from the sky. This time, in addition to the green blood in the sky, there was also red blood flowing out. Zichin was bathed in blood, and the golden light around his body was even more dazzling. He used one powerful battle skill after another to charge at the little devil leopard. The latter also roared, and green blood fell from its body, but its attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. As soon as the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage, making people feel ashamed. Chapter 509. The little magic leopard had undergone another transformation and become even stronger. This wasn't just in terms of battle prowess, but also in terms of defense. Clang! Zichin's pill weapon appeared in his hand. It turned into a cold light and slashed at the opponent's body. However, there was a burst of sparks. The pill weapon couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Pum! Zichin had the violet gold flexible armor, and his defense was also very strong. It was clearly very difficult for the little magic leopard to deal a fatal blow. The two sides exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. It was a bloody battle, and blood was constantly flying. The disdainful expression of the old magic leopard gradually changed. The battle prowess of the human in front of him was truly beyond his imagination. Moreover, his physique wasn't much weaker than an ancient beast's. Currently, he was evenly matched with the little magic leopard. "Tyrannical fist!" Zichin shouted. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and the golden light around him became even more resplendent. His aura instantly rose to the peak, and he unleashed a powerful attack. A dazzling golden fist light illuminated the sky. It was so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. The terrifying fist light directly attacked the little magic leopard. "Roar!" The little magic leopard roared. Its body flickered with azure light, and its huge claws suddenly slapped out, causing heaven and earth to shake. Zichin's tyrannical fist was actually shattered. Tyrannical fist, second move. As soon as the fist light was shattered, Zichin's fist wind changed again. In an instant, numerous fist lights filled the sky. There were at least 100 of them, and the entire sky was dyed golden. Then the golden fist lights fell like raindrops, covering the sky and earth. The violent wind that had just been stirred up was instantly blown apart by the fist lights, revealing the little magic leopard. There were many wounds all over its body, and azure blood rained down. This was an intense battle. As soon as it started, it entered a white-hot state. It wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. The two charged at each other, and another wave of energy began. Azure and golden light constantly flashed between the heavens and earth. Zichin forcibly used his body to block the little magic leopard's powerful attack. How is this possible? He's just a human. The spirit-devouring rat was astonished. It had seen Zi-Chen's battle prowess before and knew that he was extraordinary. However, he did not expect the young man's physical body to be so powerful that it was comparable to that of an ancient beast. For him to be able to last so long against the young demonic leopard, this should be the so-called strongest physique among humans. Unfortunately, this physique has a fatal flaw. The old man's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Naturally, he had seen through it. Boom! Golden light flashed around Zi-Chen's body as his perfect body was completely revealed. The blood in his body surged like a huge wave, providing him with endless energy. However, after knowing the fatal flaw of the perfect body, Zi-Chen realized that the energy provided by the blood was actually so weak. This power that could easily kill humans of the same level in the past seemed so insignificant in front of an ancient beast. Even if Zi-Chen raised his battle prowess to its peak, he would only be comparable to a small demonic leopard or an ancient beast. Bang! A dull explosion sounded once again, causing a huge energy shock. Zi-Chen and the young demonic leopard were sent flying once again. Zi-Chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The red blood turned into a rain of blood. He had rarely been in such a sorry state when fighting against an existence of the same level, other than Shangguan Qixiang from the Shangguan family. It seemed that the young demonic leopard was the only one left. However, when he fought against Shangguan Qixiang, he was only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Now, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. The young demonic leopard's eyes were getting colder and colder. This battle had clearly exceeded its expectations. This was the first time it had seen a human with such powerful battle prowess. In the past, the humans it had met would often be killed by its claws. Under the high-intensity attacks, the energy in Zi-Chen and the young demonic leopard's bodies was rapidly depleting. After another few hundred moves, Zi-Chen's energy consumption had reached a limit. The young demonic leopard's breathing had also become much heavier. After another pure collision, Zi-Chen used the remaining energy to fly out. Wherever he passed, red blood splattered. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He drank 2 drops of mid-grade liquefied vitality. The energy that he had just consumed was instantly replenished. He was at his peak again. Haha, human, do you think you're the only one who can do this? The young demonic leopard sneered. Its eyes were full of ridicule. Bathed in the green light, its dispirited look gradually became more energetic. Seeing this, Zi-Chen's expression became much gloomier. Obviously, it was unrealistic to want to exhaust the opponent to death. Kill! Zi-Chen was bathed in blood. He roared and rushed toward the young demonic leopard again. In his body, extreme energy kept appearing. First, it was extreme yin, then extreme yang. It kept changing. After replenishing the energy in his body again, Zi-Chen used many powerful battle techniques. Every time he used them, he could evolve them to their strongest state. The energy in the sky swept and shook the surroundings. There were continuous explosions. The young demonic leopard roared again and again. It also displayed its powerful attacks. As its combat prowess rose to its peak, the terrifying storm appeared again. The storm was a few hundred meters long. It continued to sweep the black pool below. Under the high-speed rotation, the gale was like a sharp blade cutting the surroundings. This was a powerful attack that brought Zi-Chen a lot of trouble. However, the strange thing was that the entire black pool did not move in the slightest under the storm, as if it was a boulder. No one paid attention to such a strange phenomenon. They were all staring at the sky. After another collision, Zi-Chen flew backward and coughed up blood. In his hand, he held a shining elixir weapon. Unfortunately, the elixir weapon was much weaker than the silver spear. This caused him to lose his advantage again. Flying backward again and again, Zi-Chen moved forward again and again. His eyes were firm and his expression was resolute. He attacked fiercely again. Puff! After attacking the same spot dozens of times, Zeechan finally broke through the young demonic leopard's defense and left a bloody hole in its body. The bloody hole was bigger than a fist. Green blood flowed out like a small river. The young demonic leopard was in pain. Its expression was almost twisted. While it was injured, it also attacked with a powerful attack and sent Zeechan flying. Even with the defensive soft armor, Zeechan felt like his internal organs were being shattered by this powerful attack. He kept coughing up blood and flew backward. He left a bloody hole in the young demonic leopard's body. His face was also pale. He did not have the upper hand. The old demonic leopard, who had a serious expression, relaxed as the battle went on. In a battle between an ancient beast and a human of the same level, the latter would definitely die. Although there were occasionally some human geniuses who had powerful combat prowess, they could only be compared to ancient beasts. As for those who could kill ancient beasts, it had been a long time since anyone had appeared in this area. Moreover, it gave the young demonic leopard a trump card. It could be used when necessary. This gave it more confidence. The others did not speak. They were all quietly watching the battle. The greedy monk also had a serious expression. Through this battle, he had a clearer understanding of ancient beasts' combat prowess. Looking at the current battle, Zeechan's situation was worrying. However, the monk was not worried that Zeechan would lose, because Zeechan also had a trump card that he had not used yet. The old man looked at Zeechan and nodded. His eyes were full of praise. The energy in Zeechan's body was about to be exhausted again. However, this time, he was not in a hurry to replenish it. His body was bathed in blood, but his eyes were calm. He stretched out his hands, and golden light appeared on his hands. These were two golden energies. His left hand was Yin, and his right hand was Yang. They emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light slowly converged into two balls of light. As the two balls of light grew bigger, the opposite energies within them could be clearly felt. However, other than the old man who felt that something was wrong, the old demonic leopard and the young demonic leopard did not have much of a change in expression. The energy contained in the two balls of light was not very strong. It was weaker than any of the attacks Zeechan had made before. Therefore, even if two attacks were to appear at the same time, the opponent was not afraid. "Human die!" The young demonic leopard roared. It brought along a storm that swept towards Zeechan. It had actually chosen to take the initiative to attack. This time, Zeechan did not dodge. He stood in the air, motionless. Even his expression did not change. He allowed the wind to sweep towards him. Chi-chi. The fierce winds were like sharp blades, slicing apart his clothes, and then twisting his clothes to shreds, revealing the purple gold soft armor within. At this moment, the violet gold soft armor was uneven, and many scales were shattered. Under this gale, Zeechan's vision was instantly obstructed. His spiritual sense also became blurry. However, his expression did not change. At the same time, he stood in the air motionless. The young demonic leopard approached Zeechan from the gale. Then it ruthlessly swiped at his head. Die. This was a powerful attack. It was also a fatal attack. The air whistled sharply. If such an attack hit, Zeechan's head would definitely be smashed. At this moment of life and death, Zeechan finally moved. He took a step back and avoided the fatal attack. However, this powerful attack still landed on his chest. Bang! The sharp claws hit Zeechan's chest, causing a huge shock. The defensive soft armor that had withstood so many energy attacks today directly exploded. A priceless defensive pill weapon was declared useless. Such an attack, while shattering the pill weapon, also sent Zeechan flying. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. There were even fragments of his internal organs in his mouth. His injuries were critical. However, at this moment, The two balls of light in his hands collided fiercely as he flew backwards. Boom! The collision of the two extreme energies rippled with a destructive aura. A dazzling golden light flashed, like a burning golden flame, engulfing the young demonic leopard. The golden energy swept across the sky. Within it, thunder and lightning raged. There was a destructive aura rippling. It was like an apocalyptic energy causing the sky to tremble. The black pool, which had not shown any changes until now, also began to tremble slightly. Drops of black water were shaken up. Chapter 510. The little magic leopard had always held the upper hand, suppressing Zichin. In the last attack, it had even shattered the violet gold soft armor and shattered Zichen's internal organs. This was the prelude to victory, and also a sign that the enemy was about to be destroyed. The corner of the old magic leopard's mouth had already bloomed into a smile. It was already thinking about how to praise the little magic leopard after the victory. But all its thoughts came to a halt. The smile that had just appeared also froze in the next moment. The two golden energies collided, erupting with an unimaginable destructive power. The sudden change made it difficult for it to react in time, and even more impossible to stop. By the time the golden energy began to destroy, it was already too late. The little magic leopard's mournful cry was like a heavy hammer, hammering at its heart, making it feel as if its heart and lungs were being torn apart. It was difficult to bear. Ah! The old magic leopard let out a roar, and then turned into a streak of azure light, rushing toward the little magic leopard. At the same time, the energy around its body surged, wanting to shatter the golden energy that was still destroying everything. Below, the black pool that had been quiet all this time suddenly trembled. A black wave suddenly rolled up, sweeping past the old magic leopard's energy. Like a flame being extinguished by ice water, the old magic leopard's energy directly dissipated. The black wave fell from the sky without a sound. It didn't even cause a ripple before it disappeared into the black pool and became silent again. At some point, the old man had appeared in front of the old magic leopard, blocking it from going forward to help. "Old thing, you want to stop me?" The little magic leopard's mournful and despairing screams continued. The old magic leopard's eyes instantly turned red, and a crazed killing intent surged. "This battle must be fair," the old man coldly said, not stepping aside. "Scram!" The old magic leopard roared and instantly struck out. The void began to distort, and the power contained in this strike was incomparably strong. However, the old man only lightly struck out with his palm, and the boundless energy rippled in front of the two like water. The old man stood in the air, motionless, and didn't retreat a single step. On the other hand, the old demonic leopard retreated several steps. His emotions, which were on the verge of going out of control, were awakened by this strike. He glanced fearfully at the black pool below, then looked at the little demonic leopard. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to ask about his injuries. Ah! The destructive golden energy was still wreaking havoc. The golden light completely engulfed the little demonic leopard. Only miserable screams could be heard, but no one could see its shadow. Occasionally, there would be flashes of green light, but they were quickly drowned out by the golden energy. Not a single drop of blood appeared in the sky. This didn't mean that the little demon ape wasn't injured. It was just that the blood that flowed out of its body was destroyed by the golden energy before it could even fall from the sky. The old demonic leopard was shocked and angry, but with the old bastard here, it couldn't help. Fortunately, it heard the weak voice of the little demonic leopard saying that its life wasn't in danger. Only then did it feel relieved. But soon, its cold and murderous gaze swept towards the humans. Zichin, who had suffered a fatal blow and even shattered his purple gold soft armor, was on the verge of death. His face was pale, and he was coughing up blood unconsciously. Every time he coughed up blood, there were fragments of his internal organs. There was a bloody hole on his right chest, which almost penetrated his entire body. One could see the shattered internal organs inside. Red blood kept spilling out. This was a very serious injury. He was only a hair's breadth away from death. And with such an injury, if it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Even Zi Chen's mysterious heart, which could bring the dead back to life and had many miraculous effects, couldn't heal Zi Chen's injury in time. It could barely save his life. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and swallow the elixir. At this moment, a roaring voice exploded in Zi Chen's mind. This roar, which shook his mind, came from Tyrant. As for Zi Chen, who was gradually fainting, the tremors in his sea of consciousness caused him to regain a bit of consciousness. This caused him to open his eyes with great difficulty. Then, light flashed around his body. He used the last of his strength to open a sealed jade bottle. There was a crystal-clear elixir in the jade bottle. The moment the jade bottle was opened, the elixir on the elixir began to fade away. In an instant, a fragrant smell filled the air. It carried a strong spiritual power, which made people feel as if they were about to ascend to heaven. Among the strong spiritual power, there was a pure breath of life, which attracted everyone's attention. When they turned to look, Zi Chen had already swallowed the elixir. This elixir was auctioned by him and Tyrant. It was sold for more than 4 million upper-grade primordial stones. It could be said to be a sky-high price. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, the strong life force in it began to surge. Then, the life force rushed to his limbs and bones and began to restore Zi Chen's gradually fading life force. Just like what was said during the auction, as long as there was still a breath of life, the elixir could instantly revive the other party. In just a few breaths, the half-dead Zi Chen regained his vitality. Moreover, the shattered organs in his body were rapidly recovering under the life force. Only a few people had witnessed the miracle of coming back from the dead. Heavens, what is this? A human elixir? Could it be the legendary elixir? The spirit-devouring rat widened its eyes. Seeing Zi Chen, who was on the verge of death, become lively again in just a few breaths, it was in disbelief. Seeing Zi Chen's aura gradually rising, Tyrant also let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said to himself, "Fortunately, he's not dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find my blood-colored spear." Seeing this scene, the old devil leopard almost died from anger. In the blink of an eye, a dying man had recovered to his peak strength. This was something he couldn't believe and accept. That was just an elixir, not an immortal elixir. How could it have such a miraculous effect? The reality was a big blow to the old devil leopard. In the sky, the golden energy gradually dissipated, and the blue blood rain began to fall. The blue rain of blood was sparkling and translucent, releasing a translucent luster. When it landed in the black pool, it didn't even release a sound before sinking. The little devil leopard appeared in midair. Zi Chen's desperate attack naturally brought about the expected effect. There was almost no intact place on the little devil leopard's body. Its blue scales had already dimmed, and the few bloody holes on its body were fatal injuries. Its eyes were full of blood, and it was almost crazy. But what didn't match with craziness was its dispirited look. Under the collision of the two extreme energies, it was already a miracle that the little devil leopard didn't die, but obviously it was half dead. It looked at Zi Chen with its crazed eyes, but when it saw that Zi Chen was completely unharmed, it was shocked. "Impossible! Why aren't you injured?" it exclaimed, its bloody eyes full of disbelief. Just now, it couldn't even protect itself, so it didn't see the scene of Zi Chen swallowing the elixir. A priceless elixir had pulled Zi Chen back from the hands of the Grim Reaper and raised his combat strength to the peak again. At this moment, looking at the little devil leopard, his eyes were full of endless killing intent. Today he had suffered a great loss. If he couldn't kill the little devil leopard, it would be a great loss. Its life was in danger, but the human opposite it had peak combat strength. This made the little devil leopard have a bad feeling. Its body flashed with blue light, and the blue blood in its body flowed. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered toward it. The little devil leopard wanted to heal its injuries, but Zichen obviously didn't give the chance. With a flash of golden light under his feet, he appeared in front of the little devil leopard and then punched it hard. Bang! The heavy punch instantly sent the little devil leopard flying. The latter screamed in pain again. Such a blow affected its wound, and the bleeding that had just stopped started to bleed again. The sky was filled with blue light, and a rain of blood was falling. The monk who saw this couldn't help but cry out, "Die!" Zichen didn't let it go and began to use his spiritual energy to attack. This time he really counterattacked. All kinds of powerful combat skills appeared again. Boundless golden light flashed, and the little devil leopard was sent flying again and again. It kept screaming, and the rain of blue blood was endless. In the distance, the old devil leopard's eyes were about to split open. It wanted nothing more than to go up and slap Zichen to death, but it was blocked by the old man, and it couldn't rush over. Die! Zichen's body turned into a golden light, and his peak combat strength reappeared. Boundless golden light flashed, and he was like a war god in golden armor, fighting energetically. The previous sullenness, suppression, and embarrassment were all taken back at this moment. Moreover, he once again had the feeling of power in his hands, and everything was under his control. It had to be said that this feeling was very comfortable. Below, the spirit devouring rat's small eyes widened again, and its face was full of shock. Obviously, it didn't expect this human to have such means. He actually suppressed an ancient beast. If I don't kill you, I'll really lose a lot. Zichen's eyes were full of killing intent. After sending the little devil leopard flying again, Zichen waved his big hand in the air. Golden light flashed, and a large amount of blue blood rain was collected by him. This was the precious blood of an ancient beast. Naturally, it couldn't be wasted. Yes, that's more like it. Seeing this scene, the monk, who had a pained expression before, became happy. Zichen fought while drawing blood. While the little devil leopard was very sullen, it kept roaring. However, as Zichen's speed increased, it could only roar halfway before it was beaten back by Zichen. In the distance, the old devil leopard wanted to vomit blood. A dignified ancient beast was actually suppressed by a human. This was simply a great humiliation. Then the old devil leopard's eyes turned ruthless, and it coldly transmitted, "Quickly use your trump cards to kill him. Don't hold back any more." Hearing this, the little devil leopard's red eyes flashed with madness. A dignified ancient beast was suppressed by a human, and its blood was being drawn while being beaten. It was simply too sullen. Just as Zichen rushed over again, the little devil leopard seized the opportunity and used its trump card. Chapter 511. The sky and earth were dyed red, and a torrential, murderous aura raged. A blood-red bolt of lightning went straight for Zichen's glabella. The sky and earth lost their color, and the wind and clouds moved. The blood-red bolt of lightning turned into a killing blow. Is that the blood-red spear? Down below, after seeing this scene, Tyrant's expression changed. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, this beast is cheating. The blood-red spear was originally a bet. How could it be used on the spot? Haha, human die. As soon as the blood-red bolt of lightning appeared, little demonic leopard's crazy laughter resounded through the sky. The sullen feeling of being suppressed was swept away. In its opinion, such a killing blow was unavoidable for a human, and he would definitely die. Facing the blood-red spear that was faster than lightning, little demonic leopard's guess was very accurate. Zichen was indeed unavoidable. However, it only guessed the front part correctly, but not the back part. Unavoidable didn't mean that death was inevitable. A light suddenly flashed on the middle finger of Zichen's right hand. Then, the light began to blaze and become resplendent. A heart-palpitating aura emerged from the middle finger, and the resplendent light covered the sky. Then, Zichen pointed at the blood-red spear. Ding! A soft sound was heard, and an incredible scene appeared. The blood-red spear was stopped by Zichen's finger, as if it was fixed in the void. The blood-red spear released endless murderous aura, as if it wanted to destroy everything. On Zichen's middle finger, the fused bone also released a heart-palpitating aura. The two collided, and a terrifying energy surged, forming ripples that continued to spread. Little demonic leopard bore the brunt of the impact and was sent flying, spilling green blood again. Its eyes were filled with astonishment. Obviously, it already knew what had happened and what had blocked the blood-red spear. How is this possible? It's only been a day. While it was shocked, its face was filled with disbelief. It couldn't believe that someone could fuse with a precious bone in a day. One had to know that even with its powerful physique, the fusion process had still taken several days. However, a miracle had indeed happened before his eyes. Zichen's expression was tranquil. His middle finger trembled once again, and within the treasure bone, a huge amount of energy emerged. It directly struck the tip of the long spear, causing a crisp sound to ring out. After a series of attacks, the powerful energy on the spear was completely neutralized. As for the spear, it lost all of its power and fell from the sky like a dead object. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen stretched out his left hand and gently grasped the blood-red spear in his hand. With the long spear in hand, Zichen could clearly sense the terrifying power surging out from it. Even though he had just blocked the attack, this power still caused his expression to change. The blood-red spear was very powerful, but the demonic leopard was injured, so it was not able to use the full power of the spear. Of course, the pale-faced Zichen hadn't been able to display the true power of dry bone. That was because after just a few attacks, the majority of his energy had been sucked away by dry bone. It was far more exhausting than using a pill weapon. After a short exchange, the crowd was dumbfounded. Everyone was almost petrified. Even the calm old man who had been in control all this time had a stunned expression on his face. As for the old demonic leopard, it was even more dumbfounded. That was because it had seen something that it could not accept nor explain. Back then, it had narrowly escaped death to obtain the dry bone. In just a day, it had been fused with a human. If it was in the past, it would not have believed it, even if it was beaten to death. Moreover, it would have directly refuted and despised it, thinking that it was a fantasy. But now, the truth was right in front of its eyes. Moreover, the blood-red spirit had obtained had fallen into the hands of the human. Shame, this was a disgrace. The old demonic leopard thought in its heart, but it was met with the old man's cold gaze. Well done, my blood-red spear. The tyrant was clearly shocked by the power of the treasure bone, but soon his gaze had shifted to the blood-red spear in Zichen's hand. His expression became extremely excited, and he couldn't wait to go up and ask for it. As for the spirit-devouring rats, they were even more stunned and petrified. They could choose to ignore it. Today, you made me waste so many pill soldiers and a treasure pill, directly losing tens of millions of vitality stones. If I don't kill you, it will be a loss for me. Looking at the little demonic leopard in front of him, Zichen coldly spoke, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Since it was a life and death battle, he didn't need to have any misgivings. As for the old demonic leopard, Zichen could only believe that the old man could suppress it. But even if the old man couldn't suppress it, he would go all out today. He would kill the little demonic leopard and use the ancient beast's blood essence to transform it. You. Hearing this, the little demonic leopard's expression changed, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. If you dare to kill my son, even if I have to ascend to heaven or descend to the earth, I will kill you. The old demonic leopard's voice was filled with overflowing, killing intent. Boom! The battle here had not yet begun, but it had already started on the other side. The old demonic leopard launched a fierce attack, wanting to go up, but it was firmly blocked by the old man. "Old bastard, you dare to stop me? Be careful, or I'll destroy your lair." The old demonic leopard was thoroughly enraged. Boundless energy began to surge as it launched one frantic attack after another. "Humph, old demonic leopard, even if your ancestors came, they wouldn't dare speak to me like this. When you were young, this old man even kicked your butt." The old man coldly snorted and gently pushed out a palm. Like a wall, he blocked the old demonic leopard's advance. At the same time, he blocked the old man's figure from moving further away. "Little brat, you won this battle. It's very fair. You can choose to kill it or let it go." At this time, the old man transmitted to Zichen. "Kill!" Zichen shouted loudly, his eyes filled with madness. If he couldn't kill the little demonic leopard, then he would really suffer a loss today. He had lost his precious pills, his pill weapons, and even his forbidden artifacts. He had used up many things he could rely on today. Naturally, he couldn't return empty-handed. Of course, Zichen had chosen to lose his memory at this moment. He forgot about the treasured bone and the blood-colored spear in his hand. There was only one thought in his mind. If he didn't kill the little demonic leopard, then he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, after shouting the word "kill," he turned into a beam of golden light and rushed towards the little demonic leopard. Golden fist radiance surged as he sent the little demonic leopard flying with a single punch. He was so powerful and decisive. It wasn't that he had become stronger, but rather that the little demonic leopard had become much weaker. In the sky, a rain of green blood sprinkled down. Zichen waved his hand and directly collected it. The blood around the little demonic leopard's body was squeezed out again and again. The blood produced by the green light would flow out in the next moment. Yes, just like that. Don't kill it so quickly. In any case, it can continue to produce blood. Collect more. Below, the monk was agitated as he muttered, causing the spirit-devouring rats to roll their eyes. What kind of humans were these? PFFF. Blood sprinkled everywhere. An entire world became resplendent with blue light. Even more blue blood was collected by Zichen. After being suppressed again and bleeding again, the little demonic leopard roared in anger. It was very sullen, but it was also very helpless. It could only passively defend, and then use the green energy in its body to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions to heal its fatal injuries. As for the other side, a series of explosions rang out. The battle between the old man and the old demonic leopard had reached an intense level. This was a battle between high-level experts, but no one was watching. That was because the monk had always been thinking about the precious blood and wanted Zichen to release more of it. But how could the intelligent Zichen be as ignorant as the monk? The reason he hadn't killed the little demonic leopard wasn't because he wanted to collect more precious blood, but because he wanted to collect a complete demonic leopard skin. It had to be known that the demonic leopard skin's defense could even block pill soldiers. There was no need to refine it. It could be casually cut open, and it would become a defensive inner armor. In addition, Zichen's vision was even further. If the old man could beat the old demonic leopard to the point of vomiting blood, that would be even better. As expected of a bald monk. Only this much knowledge. Of course, in his free time, Zichen also fiercely despised the monk. In the series of intense battles, the little demonic leopard absorbed more and more green light. It had to be said that, as an ancient beast, the little demonic leopard was very strong. Without the help of any treasure pills, its injuries were rapidly recovering. Zichen's eyes lit up when he saw such a physique. At the same time, he was more confident in his perfect body. Once his perfect body reached the large success stage. He could be like the little demonic leopard. Under the constant pressure, the little demonic leopard's injuries healed. The fatal wound had also healed. Furthermore, after Chen deliberately went easy on the little demonic leopard, in addition to the little demonic leopard's desperate burning of a bit of its life potential, its injuries were healed. There were no more wounds, just like when Chen swallowed a treasure pill. Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this. But at that moment, the old man who was fighting bitterly sent a voice transmission. "Little guy, aren't you going to kill him? Why aren't you attacking?" However, Chen's answer made the old man vomit blood. "My purple gold soft armor was destroyed. The loss is too great, so I want a complete ancient beast skin." This answer was very honest, but the old man couldn't accept it. "Haha, human, let's see who lives and who dies this time." With its injuries healed, the little demonic leopard became confident again and couldn't help but roar. This earth-shaking roar was abnormally comfortable. It wasn't choked by Chen's attack midway. Immediately, it felt its combat strength increase a little. Furthermore, although it didn't faint from today's battle, it was still equivalent to undergoing a small transformation. The more ancient beasts fought, the stronger they became. This was a secret that humans naturally didn't know. "Very good, very good. A complete ancient beast skin. Then I'll kindly accept it." Chen nodded in satisfaction when he saw the shining green scales around the little demonic leopard's body. "Don't boast shamelessly." The little demonic leopard was flustered. When the monk heard this, he was instantly stunned. His excited eyes were filled with admiration. At that moment, he admired Chen's foresight and felt ashamed of his short-sightedness. "Thunderbolt finger." Chen shouted loudly and then raised his middle finger at the little demonic leopard. At that moment, the energy in his body gathered towards his finger bone as if it was free. Boom! The world shook as a golden finger descended from the sky. Its surface was surrounded by golden lightning, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The power of the Thunderbolt finger was naturally not weak. The little demonic leopard's eyes were instantly filled with fear. Chapter 512. The golden finger descended from the sky. Energy revolved around it, and a destructive aura circulated as it pointed at the little devil leopard's forehead. No. Seeing this attack, the little devil leopard lost its arrogance. Its eyes were filled with terror, and it couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. The destructive aura spread in all directions. Aside from being furious, the old devil leopard was also quite shocked. This human had not only fused with the finger bone in a single day, but their compatibility was also extremely high. The attack he unleashed was truly terrifying. Pum! The golden finger descended. The little devil leopard couldn't dodge, and its defenses were instantly broken. The powerful attack it had unleashed with its front paw was also forcibly broken by the finger. Moreover, a bloody hole had appeared in its paw. The finger continued to descend, its power not decreasing in the slightest. It pointed at the little devil leopard's sharp sword tooth. With a light cracking sound, the sword tooth was broken at the base. A rain of azure blood fell towards the black pool below. All of this had happened in an instant, but it was enough to make the little devil leopard's fear reach its limit. Then it could only watch as the golden finger pointed at its forehead. Uft! The golden finger finally dissipated, and a golden finger hole appeared between the little devil leopard's eyebrows. The golden destructive energy was destroying the little devil leopard's body through the finger hole. Of course, it was only destroying the inside. Roar! A mournful cry resounded through the sky. This time, it was accompanied by fear and despair as a rain of azure blood fell. As for the little devil leopard, because of the pain, it couldn't help but roll in the air, causing space to tremble. But during this time, the azure light around the little devil leopard's body was still flickering. It was forcibly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to heal its injuries. "Don't waste my essence blood. It's useless," Chen said coldly. Then he pointed again. The golden finger appeared in the air and charged at the little devil leopard. This time, the finger was even stronger. Because of the severe consumption, Chen's face paled even further. The finger mark pierced through the little demonic leopard's forehead again at the same spot. Chen tried to control the finger mark so that the scales would not be damaged, but a few of them were still shattered, which made his heart ache. After a few rolls, the little demonic leopard stopped moving. Its fearful eyes lost their luster. An ancient beast was killed by 2 fingers just like that. During this period, Tyrant took the opportunity to collect the blue blood rain that Chen didn't have time to collect. This was just a small episode that couldn't be put on the table. With the death of the little demonic leopard, its life force had truly dissipated. This time, Chen directly destroyed the other party's sea of consciousness, so the other party would not be awakened again. The world fell into a brief silence, and then there was a heart-wrenching roar. This roar shook the mountains and rivers and spread throughout the 5 peaks. Chen, Tyrant, the spirit-devouring rat, and the devil ape that was hiding in the dark were all coughing up blood. Chen's face was pale as he fell from the sky. The devil ape was also shaken out of its hiding place. This was the roar of the old demonic leopard that had reached the peak of its essence, energy, and spirit. It contained incredible power, and even the old man couldn't block it. Endless anger stimulated its potential once again, and it actually directly killed the old man. In the sky, the old man's figure directly dissipated, and he was shaken into nothingness. It was also because the latter blocked more than 90% of the energy that Chen and the others only coughed up blood and didn't die. Plop! The little demonic leopard's body fell from the sky and finally landed in the black pool, making a rare sound. After seeing the old man die, Chen and the others were immediately dumbfounded. Could it be that the only thing they could rely on was killed by a roar? Only the spirit-devouring rat had a cold smile on its little face. Humans, go to hell! The old demonic leopard was furious, and it directly rushed toward Chen and the others. Walala! The black pool suddenly began to shake. Endless black water droplets trembled as if a peerless calamity had appeared, setting off monstrous waves. The waves crazily rolled up, flying thousands of meters into the sky. The whole world turned pure black. There was no color in the world. It was pitch black, as if doomsday had arrived. The old demonic leopard's figure was hit by the waves, and it became unstable and began to stagger. However, the killing intent around its body didn't decrease, and it became even crazier. "Old thing, no one can stop me." The old demonic leopard passed through layers of waves and went straight for Chen. Its crazy killing intent made people tremble. Even though Chen now remembered that he had the finger bone and the blood-colored spear, he couldn't be sure that he could block the old demonic leopard's attack. He didn't have the confidence to block even one attack. Screech! Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream came from the black pool. A creature that looked like a black snake rushed out of the pool and then turned into a black lightning bolt, shooting toward the old demonic leopard. In an instant, crazy killing intent swept through the world, far surpassing the old demonic leopard's killing intent. And because of this killing intent, the old demonic leopard's figure became unstable, as if it could fall into the black pool at any time. The old demonic leopard, who had fallen into a frenzied state, suddenly remembered the legend of the other party. According to research, this old thing had lived for countless years, and its strength was unfathomable. Even its ancestor, who had broken the rules and was about to transform into a true ancient beast, had to be polite when seeing it. Under the crazy killing intent, the old demonic leopard instantly became clear-headed, and there was a touch of fear in its eyes. The light of hatred had disappeared. Poof! Green blood splashed between heaven and earth. The old demonic leopard turned into a green light and began to flee. Wherever it passed, its blood would fall from the sky like brilliant pearls, and it was even more resplendent and blazing than the blood of the little demonic leopard. Old demonic leopard, breaking your claw today was just to teach you a lesson. If there's a next time, it will be the time of your death. An old and cold voice resounded in the sky. The black rain began to fall, and the black lightning bolt also disappeared in an instant, hiding in the black pool. As the splashing sound rang out, the black rain gradually dissipated. A beast claw that was over 10 meters long also fell into the black pool, emitting a splashing sound. In the distance, Zi Chen and the others who saw the scene were completely petrified. This scene was too shocking. They had never imagined that there would be such a ferocious creature hidden in the black pool. Just one strike had cut off the old demonic leopard's claw, and from the other party's tone, it seemed that he just didn't want to cut it. That old man clearly hadn't died, and was just the incarnation of the ferocious creature in the pool. Heavens, I actually saw the ancestor's true body. I'm too lucky. The spirit-devouring rat screamed excitedly and, at the same time, jumped up and down. Because it didn't control its strength, it almost knocked Tyrant into the black pool. Tyrant, who hadn't recovered from his shock, immediately retreated a few steps with a pale face. What a joke! With such a terrifying creature in the black pool, if he fell in, even his bones wouldn't be able to float up. After everything dissipated, another light flashed by the side of the pool, and the old man, who had been blown away by the old demonic leopard's roar, appeared again. He had a smile on his face and looked very benevolent, but after experiencing the previous incident, Zi Chen and Tyrant only felt their hair stand on end. Only the spirit-devouring rat was still very excited. Little guy, not bad. You have spirit, courage, and wisdom. The old man looked at Zi Chen and praised him. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze, but he paused for a moment and changed the other party's greed into wisdom. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Zi Chen hurriedly bowed, and so did Tyrant. You don't have to thank me. The reason you're alive this time is because your combat strength is very strong, the old man said with a smile. His smile was like a spring breeze, with a trace of warmth that made people feel very comfortable. The other party was strong and could remove one of the old demonic leopard's claws with a single strike. If he had any evil intentions in his heart, he could have just attacked directly. There was no need to deliberately put on such a friendly attitude. Zi Chen and Tyrant thanked him again very sincerely. If it wasn't for the old man, they would have really died today. As for the so-called rules of the ancient battlefield, they would only come into effect after they died. What was the use of punishing the other party when they were already dead? Ancestor, are the rules you mentioned before true? Does our ancient battlefield really have such rules? Does that mean that there are also enforcers? The spirit-devouring rat was still very excited. Zi Chen and the others were not in the ancient battlefield, so they naturally did not know the old man's status. The old man, who had lived for countless years, was a real living fossil and also a real antique. In the eyes of many ancient beasts and small demons, the old man was the god of this area. He could give you a few pointers, and you could become stronger or transform again. Back then, the spirit-devouring rat was lucky enough to receive pointers from the old man, but he had never seen the old man in person. Hearing the spirit-devouring rat's words, the old man's smile suddenly disappeared and his expression became gloomy. Perhaps, but they haven't appeared for a long time. Moreover, this rule exists in name only. Zi Chen and Tyrant were shocked. It turned out that the so-called rules were just a bluff. After the shock, they felt a wave of relief. At the same time, they felt even more grateful to the old man. With the danger gone, the demonic ape appeared. It turned into a ray of black light and flew over, directly jumping on Zi Chen's shoulder. Every time the spirit-devouring rat saw the demonic ape, its expression would become unnatural. It could not imagine how such a small fellow could suddenly become so big and so strong. The old man's gaze also landed on the demonic ape. Suddenly his eyes flashed and he lost his composure as he exclaimed, "Sky-splitting battle ape? It's really the sky-splitting battle ape." The old man's expression had always been calm. At this moment, there was a sudden change, and he exclaimed in a low voice. It was truly unbelievable. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it stared at the demonic ape. Clearly, the demonic ape was not simple to be able to make the old man lose his composure. Sigh, what a pity. It's still not the real sky-splitting battle ape. After recovering from the shock, the old man shook his head again, unable to hide his disappointment. Moreover, the old man clearly did not want to explain further, so Zichen did not dare to ask more. After that, they chatted for a while. The old man also had the intention of giving pointers to the spirit-devouring rat, which made the spirit-devouring rat excited. After feeling that the old man was easy to get along with, Tyrant also rubbed his hands and said awkwardly, "Then, old man, can you return the ancient beasts that we worked so hard to kill?" Chapter 513. Tyrant was greedy by nature. Even though they had been chatting, he did not forget about it. After all, he was his savior. Now that he spoke, Tyrant felt a little awkward. "Look at my memory. I almost forgot about it." The old man smiled faintly. This made Tyrant and Zichen feel even more embarrassed. However, if they were asked to give away the ancient beasts, they would never be able to do so. They did not have the courage to do so. In order to kill the little demonic leopard, they had sacrificed too much. Even their only life-saving treasure pill was gone. I have no use for this ancient beast. Moreover, it's not a true pure-blooded ancient beast. So, you can take it without worry. The old man saw their awkwardness and smiled. Once an ancient beast dies, the spiritual power in its blood essence will automatically dissipate. Even the purest jade bottle cannot store it. If you don't have something to store your blood essence, why don't you leave it with me? When you need it, you can take it. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch. We happen to have something to store our blood essence. Zichen expressed his gratitude once more. The old man did not insist and nodded. The silent black pool trembled again. The little demonic leopard's body slowly floated up from the bottom of the pool. As the black water dripped down, the little demonic leopard's body shone with green light again. The little demonic leopard was almost unscathed except for a huge bloody hole on its forehead. Outside the bloody hole, the black water flashed. Clearly, it had sealed the wound and prevented the blood from flowing out. The little demonic leopard was slowly lifted up and placed on the shore. Tyrant's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "I'll do it. I'll take care of it." With that, Tyrant went forward to dissect the little demonic leopard. However, he soon realized that he did not have a suitable weapon. Even though the little demonic leopard was dead, its defense was still very strong. When the elixir weapon could not break it, Tyrant turned his head and looked at Zichen. "Zichen, give me my spear. I want to use it now." "Yours." Zichen glared at Tyrant. He did not want to lose his temper in the presence of the old man. "Yes, you got the finger bone. The spear should be mine." Tyrant had a matter-of-fact look on his face as he said, "Furthermore, I think that weapon has too much baleful aura. It's an inauspicious item. Keeping it on one's body will definitely bring disaster. Therefore, it's better to give it to me. I'll use the pure power of Buddhism to suppress it and chant sutras every day to dispel this baleful aura." When Zichen heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to kick this monk to death. The two of them had known each other for several years, but he had never seen this damned monk take the initiative to recite scriptures. Moreover, ever since they met, this damned monk had been swindling and stealing. Now it was even worse. "Why? Are you going back on your words?" The monk glared at him in dissatisfaction. "Damn bald donkey. I exchanged this with my life. Why should I give it to you?" Zichen finally couldn't hold it in any longer and began to roar. In Zichen's opinion, this blood-red spear was not much different from a spear, so it was perfect for him to use it. Moreover, it's already very unusual for a bald donkey like you to use a blade. Don't tell me you're going to use a spear full of murderous intent to poke people everywhere. The greedy monk naturally wouldn't let it go. Zichen also didn't care about his fierce image just now. He completely put down his face and started to fight with the monk. But after a long time he still felt that it was a bad influence, so he smiled apologetically at the old man and went to talk to the monk. After a while, there was a loud sound in the forest. When the old man heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything, but there seemed to be a sparkling luster in his eyes. Once upon a time, he also had 1 or 2 friends like this. They were usually stingy and greedy, but when their lives were in danger, they were magnanimous enough to give up their lives. After a while, there was another round of quarreling. Each voice was louder than the other, as if they were turning hostile. But after a while, both sides walked out of the forest with their arms around each other's shoulders. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. Zichen smoothly handed over the blood-red spear and lent it to the monk to dissect. The latter's face revealed a happy expression and began to dissect it seriously. Because the only treasure pill was swallowed by him, Zichen admitted that he was in the wrong and let the monk take advantage of him. So the monk insisted that the 2 sword teeth of the little demonic leopard were 2 saber teeth, so he took them away. But there seemed to be only 1 left on the little demonic leopard. The other one was broken by Zichen and fell into the black pool. As soon as the monk looked over, the old man laughed heartily before he could say anything. Then a shining sword tooth flew out from the bottom of the pool and flew toward the monk. Not bad. It's very smooth and sharp. It should be very effective in cutting people. Holding the sword tooth and waving it a few times, the monk boasted shamelessly. Then he dug up the other one and directly put it away. The quality of these 2 sword teeth was not inferior to Zichen's silver spear, so the monk naturally treated them as treasures. After that, the blood-red spear cut open the little demonic leopard's body. Slow down. Don't damage the scales. Make the cut neatly. I still have to make soft armor. Although the monk was very careful, Zichen still felt heartache and reminded him. Hearing this, the monk's expression did not change, but he secretly increased his strength. His hands seemed to be trembling. Zichen hurriedly said, "Such a big piece of skin can make at least 2 soft armors." As soon as he said that, the monk's hands became steady again, and he became even more careful. It took him several hours to cut a piece of beast skin. In the end, it was completely placed in front of him. It was more than enough to make 2 soft armors. After that, the monk began to remove the bones to get the precious blood. Of course, before that, after making a few drops of heart blood, the heart of the little demonic leopard was taken away by the demonic ape to devour. This made the spirit-devouring rat stare blankly, but no one paid it any attention. The little demonic leopard's body was full of treasures. This time they had gained a lot. Just the blood essence alone was a lot. The drops were like pearls, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the surroundings. "Quickly put it away," the monk urged. The purple gold gourd appeared again, swallowing and spitting out a psychedelic light. It was as if a small world was extending and taking away everything. Seeing the purple gold gourd again, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes lit up even more. There was a faint excitement in its eyes. The old man also kept looking at the purple gold gourd. His calm eyes emitted rays of light. The pill soldiers were destroyed, and they lost a treasure pill. The 2 of them had suffered a great loss. However, when they saw the dissected ancient beast in front of them, Zichen and the monk were very excited. The value of this ancient beast alone far exceeded their sacrifice this time. It could be said that they had profited greatly this time. Now They were considering when to undergo the baptism and sublimate again. Baptism. The old man was stunned when he heard that. He said, "The little demonic leopard is not a true pure-blooded ancient beast. It's not enough for you to baptize it. Patriarch, that's not right? The little demonic leopard race is all ancient beasts. It should be a pure-blooded ancient beast, right?" The spirit-devouring rat asked doubtfully. It had previously promised Zichin that the little demonic leopard was a pure-blooded ancient beast. Zichin and the monk were also very puzzled. Pure-blooded ancient beasts are rare. Their bloodline is pure, and they contain incredible supernatural powers. They are the most powerful beings in the world. Moreover, every one of them has been passed down from ancient times. Even if they are weak, their combat strength is very strong. Every ancient beast can easily slaughter existences of the same level. The saber-toothed demonic leopard race is not a true ancient beast. It's just that their ancestors were lucky enough to obtain the ancient beast essence, blood, in the ancient battlefield. That's why they have the possibility of transforming into ancient beasts. However, they are still far from being a true pure-blooded ancient beast. The old man looked at Zichin and the monk. He said, "You human trial takers come here to hunt ancient beasts. They are only beasts in this area and not true ancient beasts. True pure-blooded ancient beasts are the most powerful beings in the world. There is only one of each kind, and they are unique. They can't form a race at all." Zichin and the monk nodded. They finally understood. Furthermore, he knew that true ancient beasts only existed one by one. They were unique and did not belong to a single race. Moreover, Zichin and the monk accidentally found out that the spirit-devouring rat was a true ancient beast. Unfortunately, its bloodline had not awakened. It was not a pure-blooded ancient beast at the moment. Even the sky-devouring wolf was not a pure-blooded ancient beast. Although the little demonic leopard was not a pure-blooded ancient beast, its essence blood, together with the essence blood of other ancient beasts that Zichin and the monk had obtained before, and some other spiritual herbs, was enough for one person to be successfully baptized. "Which one of you will be baptized?" The old man looked at the two of them and asked. "Let him go first," Zichin said without hesitation. With the finger bone and the blood-red spear, his combat strength had increased again. He was not afraid of ancient beasts like the little demonic leopard at all. Zichin gave the opportunity to the monk. However, the greedy monk acted out of character. He shook his head and said, "No, you go first." Before Zichin could refuse, Tyrant said seriously, "The stronger you are, the greater our gains will be. A true powerhouse is far more powerful than two dabblers." The monk was right. If Zichin was baptized, his combat strength would naturally increase, and it would be easier for him to kill ancient beasts. This way, the two of them would gain even more. If your strength can increase to the point where you can kill the old demonic leopard at will, I think our harvest will be even more abundant. However, this possibility was almost impossible. The old demonic leopard was not much weaker than the sky-devouring wolf. Back then, the sky-devouring wolf could even kill a late primal core expert in the Bedlam lands with a single blow. The difference in their combat strength was like heaven and earth. This was not a huge gap that could be made up with just one baptism. In order to be baptized, other than essence blood, some ancient herbs were also needed. Only then would the effect be greater. Both of you go. The old demonic leopard is seriously injured. It should not appear in a short period of time, the old man said after seeing the two's concerns. I'll go too. The spirit-devourer rat was very enthusiastic this time. It was born to feed on spiritual objects, so its method of finding ancient herbs was naturally better than Zichin and the others. Since it was recommending itself, Zichin had no reason to refuse. Thus, the two of them, one ape and one rat, set off again. The old man watched them leave until their silhouettes disappeared from his sight. Chapter 5:14. In this dense forest there were many ancient herbs, and they were all very old. Under the lead of the spirit-devouring rat, they did not need to take many detours and could find it directly. During this period, if they saw traces of ancient beasts, Zi-Chen would go forward and slaughter them easily. For example, Zi-Chen did not care about the gray and black rats from before. Once the blood-red spear appeared, he could kill them in one strike. In the past few days, their harvest was not small. They killed 2 ancient beasts and found 3 ancient herbs. All the beasts that appear are ancient beasts. You can kill them without worry. For the past 2 days, the spirit-devouring rat had been too cooperative. It ran around like a servant and was very attentive. This made the monk and Zi-Chen feel embarrassed to settle old scores with it. In fact, when the monk shamelessly said that he would contribute a few drops of blood essence during the baptism, the latter agreed happily. Under the suspicious gazes of the two, the spirit-devouring rat smiled embarrassedly. We're friends. Naturally, we should help each other. In the past, I admit that my mentality was not right, but I was also afraid that you would kill me after leaving. I'm a future ancient beast. I'm unique, powerful, and I don't want to die so early. All of this is to make up for my mistakes. The spirit-devouring rat admitted frankly. This made the 2 of them lose their temper. So you're not afraid now? After we leave, we can still kill you. Zi-Chen asked. He felt that things were not that simple. We're all friends. You shouldn't be so heartless, right? The spirit-devouring rat scratched its head. The 2 of them did not continue to dwell on this issue. Even if they wanted the ancient beast blood essence, they would not kill the spirit-devouring rat. Then tell me, why are all the beasts here ancient beasts? And their strength is very similar to humans. Why haven't we seen any ordinary beasts? Zi-Chen asked the question in his heart. If it was in the past, the spirit-devouring rat would not say anything about the ancient battlefield. But now, it would answer almost every question. They should have gone somewhere else. Every time you humans appear, there will be a natural selection. Only those who have reached a certain level of strength can stay. The spirit-devouring rat scratched its head and said, I don't know the details. You should ask the ancestor. He knows everything. There's another ancient medicine up ahead. Suddenly, the spirit-devouring rat's nose trembled slightly, and then it became excited. It turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. Zi-Chen and Tyrant followed closely behind. Up ahead, a gorgeous spiritual flower bloomed. It was close to 3,000 years old, an ancient medicine. In this mystical place, beasts were ancient beasts and medicines were ancient medicines. This seemed to be a place that nurtured ancient objects. Even if it was 1,000-year-old ancient medicine, its medicinal effect was far superior to the 10,000-year-old spirit medicine in the outside world. Moreover, the spirit-devouring rat had said that it was almost impossible to find ancient medicines that were more than 10,000 years old here. That was because the ancient beasts here did not have the habit of guarding ancient herbs. Once they saw one, they would directly devour it. All the ancient beasts here walked the path of transformation. They only needed energy to immediately transform. They would not wait foolishly for the ancient medicine to fall into the hands of others after it was completed. Unless they went to some areas where kings existed, the ancient beasts would not dare to approach within the range of their strength. Only then would there be high-quality ancient medicines. The ancient medicine was right in front. The spirit-devouring rat rushed forward, ready to pick it. Suddenly, a beam of light flew out from the side and rushed toward the spirit-devouring rat. It was like lightning, instantly hitting the spirit-devouring rat. Bang! With a loud bang, the spirit-devouring rat was sent flying. It flew for 100 meters before landing on the ground. A scar appeared on its chest. Bright and resplendent blood flowed out. It was actually injured. Ah, it hurts. Who attacked me? the spirit-devouring rat cried out. After the red light sent the spirit-devouring rat flying, it turned and rushed toward the ancient medicine. With a flash of light, the ancient medicine disappeared. The red light took the ancient medicine and fled into the distance. All of this happened in an instant. When the spirit-devouring rat got up, the red light had already fled. Swoosh! Zi-chun moved quickly, turning into a beam of golden light and chasing after it. The monk was slightly stunned. He was half a beat slower. The red light and Zi-chun still disappeared, so he simply gave up. What was that? The spirit-devouring rat flew over, its little paws constantly rubbing its chest. I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a red light, the monk said. What? You didn't see it clearly? The spirit-devouring rat's eyes were filled with surprise. It muttered, a red light, but its attack power is very strong. Suddenly, its little eyes widened in disbelief as it muttered, No way! How could your luck be so good? What luck? That red light, if I'm not wrong, should be the only spiritual item in the entire ancient battlefield. Heavens, your luck is really too good. The spirit-devouring rat widened its eyes. In the ancient battlefield, medicine was ancient medicine, and beasts were ancient beasts. At this moment, the spirit-devouring rat actually said that it was the only spiritual item, which made the monk very curious. Spiritual items are the most magical things in the ancient battlefield. It is said that they are nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and finally developed intelligence. They are the purest spiritual bodies. They like everything rich in spiritual energy, especially ancient medicine. Moreover, they are very fast and have a very strong attack power. Because they are pure spiritual bodies, they're the favorite of all the ancient beasts in the entire ancient battlefield. Swallowing a spiritual item, ancient beasts have a very high chance of transforming. The spirit-devouring rat's eyes began to light up. Moreover, this spiritual item is also the best medicinal catalyst in the ancient battlefield. Zi-chun is about to be baptized. If the blood of the spiritual item is poured into it, the quality of the ancient beast's blood essence may increase by a level when the blood essence of the spiritual item is dispersed. You mean the quality of all blood essences can be improved? The monk's eyes were filled with shock. The reason for looking for ancient medicine was to use it as a medicinal catalyst, allowing the energy in the blood essence to be fully released so that the ancient beast's blood essence could be absorbed more, and spiritual items could increase the quality of blood essence. This was simply unbelievable. That's right, the spirit-devouring rat confirmed. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon. Zi-chun quickly returned. In his right hand, he was holding a foot-long red creature. It looked like a snake, but its body was incomparably bright and had no scales. What a strange thing. It has no head or eyes, but it can sense its surroundings. Its speed is so fast that I almost let it escape. Zi-chun said. He held the red creature in one hand and the ancient medicine that had been swept away before in the other. It's it. It's really it. Spiritual item. This is a spiritual item, a real rare item. Seeing the thing in Zi-chun's hand, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes lit up with greed. Such a spiritual item was the favorite of all ancient beasts, especially the spirit-devouring rat. This kind of spiritual item was a fatal temptation to it. Quickly put it away. The monk slapped the spirit-devouring rat away and reminded Zi-chun, this is a treasure. Keep it carefully. Don't let it be swallowed by this guy. After that, the monk repeated what the spirit-devouring rat had said about the spiritual item to Zi-chun without missing a word. It can actually increase the quality of blood essence by another realm. Zi-chun was surprised when he heard this. He tightened his grip on the spiritual item. Is there a need for that? I was just curious. The spirit-devouring rat crawled up again, rubbed its head, and muttered unhappily. Its pair of small eyes kept looking at the spiritual item. The greed and eagerness in its eyes were very obvious. Chen chose to ignore it. Once the spirit-devouring rat dared to approach, he wouldn't mind sending it flying. With the spiritual item, he could be considered to have the strongest medicinal catalyst. There was no point in looking for ancient medicines. Chen decided to return immediately and undergo a baptism to strive for a transformation of his perfect body. Unexpectedly at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out from the horizon again. Figures came from the horizon. They were very fast, as if they were about to fly past this place. However, they inadvertently saw the spirit devouring rat below. There's actually an ancient beast. With a cry of surprise, everyone stopped. This was a team of 10 people. The leaders were 2 young men. When they saw the spirit-devouring rat, their expressions became excited. But soon, as their gazes turned, they saw Chen and the monk, as well as the spiritual item in Chen's hand. Their excited expressions changed once again, but most of them were astonished. Barbarians! A cold voice sounded in the sky. Following that, figures began to descend. As they descended, they had already spread out and surrounded the 2 of them. The essence energy in their bodies was dormant. Their hostility was obvious, and they could attack at any time. The leader of the young men said coldly, "It's you 2 barbarians. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Even such a powerful king, ancient beast, couldn't kill you?" The matter of 2 barbarians provoking a king, ancient beast, and being hunted down was no longer a secret. Many cultivators had heard the old demonic leopards roar that day. Furthermore, some had seen the 2 of them being hunted from afar. They thought that the 2 of them were already dead, but they didn't expect to see them here. I also didn't expect to meet you here. What? Are you here to give me more wealth? Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Among the 10 people, he only recognized 2 of them. One of them was Lu Guan, and the other was Ningyin. The 2 leaders back then had become ordinary zephyrs in this ancient battlefield. Obviously, this team of 10 belonged to the Ning family and the Lu family. The 2 families had formed an alliance here. Moreover, they had seen the 2 of them being hunted down by the king ancient beast. Naturally, they could guess that the 2 of them had used up all their trump cards in order to survive. Humph! You're still so arrogant when you're about to die. Hand over the things in your hands and all your wealth, and I can spare your life. The leader of the Lu family snorted coldly. That's right. Seeing that we're all humans, we'll only take your treasures and not kill you. The Ning family expert also had a mocking expression. However, compared to the 2 of them, Ning Yun and Lu Guan's expressions were very unnatural. That was because the 2 barbarians were very strong. They had provoked them several times, but had never gotten the upper hand. Moreover, seeing them this time, even though they knew that the 2 of them had been hunted down by the king ancient beast and had used up all their trump cards and might even be injured, the 2 of them still didn't feel confident. The coldness in Chen's eyes thickened. He said, "Seeing that you've said something reasonable, I'll also abide by the rules. Today, I'll only take your treasures and not kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen turned into a ray of light and went forward. At the same time, Monk also rushed to the other side, not to be outdone. "You guys go and kill that ancient beast. Brother Ning and I will stop the 2 of them." Chapter 5:15. Kill! With a battle cry, the remaining 8 people rushed towards the spirit-devouring rat. As for the other 2 strongest people, they blocked Chen and the monk. From their point of view, these 2 barbarians wanted to work together to kill the ancient beast. They did not think that they were friends. 8 elixir weapons shone brightly and emitted a powerful aura as they attacked the spirit-devouring rat. When the elixir weapons attacked together, the sky trembled as a violent aura enveloped the spirit-devouring rat. "You despicable humans, it's fine if you don't worship the Lord Spirit-devouring rat. But how dare you attack me?" The spirit-devouring rat was furious. Its body flashed as it used its extreme speed to dodge the elixir weapons. These 8 people were all geniuses with decent combat strength. Their strength was not to be underestimated. In just a few attacks, the spirit-devouring rat with extreme speed was attacked. Bang! It was hit far away and let out a scream. However, it was not injured. "Damn humans! How dare you attack the great ancient beast, Lord Spirit-devouring rat?" The spirit-devouring rat cursed as it got up. It was completely enraged. Then it turned into a ray of light and charged towards one of the Yukon people. With another bang, the elixir weapon in Yukon's hand flew out. The protective light shield was shattered by the spirit-devouring rat, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. During this time, a few elixir weapons landed on the spirit-devouring rat, and the latter was also sent flying. However, the spirit-devouring rat's defense was strong. After it was sent flying, it immediately got up and turned into a ray of light again, charging towards another person. As expected, one of the Yukon people was sent flying while vomiting blood. This was a shocking scene, and all the Yukon people's faces changed. After being here for a few days, they had seen and killed ancient beasts. Although they were strong and had strong defense, they were far from being as crazy as the spirit-devouring rat. Their elixir weapons would hit the opponent every time, causing the opponent to scream continuously. That scream sounded like it was about to die. However, reality proved that their attacks could not even break through the opponent's defense. On the other hand, the spirit-devouring rat would send one of them flying every time it retaliated. This collision was so powerful that the Yukon people could not get up for a long time. In a short period of time, 5 of them were sent flying. The remaining 3 were trembling in fear. The helpless trio cast their gazes to the side, hoping that the 2 monstrous existences could quickly eliminate the enemy and then come to their aid. However, with a single glance, they were completely disappointed and even despaired. Not only were the 2 of them unable to defeat their enemies, they were even being suppressed. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as energy engulfed the area. 2 sword teeth appeared in the monk's hands. He attacked from left and right, forcing the Ning family monster to retreat continuously. It was obviously a sword tooth, but the monk was using it like a saber. He kept slashing it without any technique to speak of. However, the teeth of the sword were extremely sharp and tough. They left marks on the other party's elixir weapon. These are the fangs of an ancient beast. You killed that ancient beast. The Ning family expert's face was filled with shock. That day, he had seen 2 people being hunted down from afar. Besides a big fellow, there was also a small fellow. The big fellow's sword teeth were extremely long and sharp. It possessed the strength of a king tier, so he naturally didn't believe that the other party had killed the big one. The sword tooth in front of him was so small and short, like a sharp sword. It could only have come from a small ancient beast. When he thought of how the other party had killed a small ancient beast in front of a big ancient beast, he couldn't help but shudder. Bullshit, are you blind? This is clearly a saber tooth. How can it be a sword tooth? The monk was furious when he heard this. His attacks became even fiercer. He used the sword teeth as a saber and slashed wildly. Finally, the Ning family expert was sent flying. At the same time, the Liu family expert was also sent flying along with him. This guy who had previously looked down on barbarians was now bruised and swollen. One of his eyes was also bruised. The shock on his face wasn't much less than the Ning family expert's. If he had also been slashed by the other party with an elixir weapon, he would have accepted it. However, the other party didn't use a weapon at all. He only used a finger to beat him into such a sorry state. After stabilizing their bodies, the 2 of them were still unconvinced. They gritted their teeth and charged forward again. The elixir weapons flickered with a surging aura and released a dazzling light. They ruthlessly slashed at the two of them. These were two high-quality elixir weapons. They were very sharp and were close to the silver spear that Zichen had obtained. At this moment, in the hands of these two monsters, they were even more powerful. Golden light flashed around the monk's body. His aura instantly rose to the peak. The two shining sword teeth were also dyed golden as they slashed at the elixir weapons. Bang! The Ning family expert only felt a huge force, as if he had been hit by a mountain. The elixir weapon in his hand instantly fell from his hand. His entire body was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His face was pale. Ding! At the same time, on the other side, Zichen used a finger to block the elixir weapon's powerful attack. The two types of energy kept colliding. After that, the Lu family expert was also sent flying. As for the high-quality elixir weapon in his hand, it was already in Zichen's hands. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. On the spirit-devouring rat side, 3 loud sounds were heard. The battle had ended. How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. Looking at the 8 people lying on the ground, the spirit-devouring rat was still angry. It jumped on their heads and stomped wildly. As screams rang out, 3 of the 8 people were knocked out while the other 5 were bruised. Only then was the spirit-devouring rat satisfied. You. The 2 monsters' faces were filled with shock and fear. They no longer had the arrogance from before. After personally experiencing the combat strength of these 2 people, they finally knew what was terrifying. Moreover, these 2 people could kill the ancient beast without being killed by the ancient beast king. This was almost a miracle. When they were outside, the 2 of them shamelessly boasted that these 2 people's methods of killing core realm experts were only crooked and not to be feared. But now, even when they attacked together, they were still no match for these 2 people. Hand over your wealth, and I'll spare your lives. The monk said, once again playing the role of a bandit. After that, a series of looting went smoothly. In a situation where their lives and wealth were both threatened, they naturally chose to live. While the monk was looting the spiritual rings, Zichen also took advantage of this time to put away all the elixir weapons. In the 10 spiritual rings, the 2 of them found many elixirs. There was even a supreme elixir. In addition, there were more than 10 drops of middle-grade spiritual liquid. There were not many vitality stones, but when all the supreme elixirs and supreme elixirs were added together, it was still a shocking amount of wealth. To think that you're a monster. You don't even have a single supreme elixir. How useless. Looking at the Lu family expert, the monk could not help but roll his eyes with disdain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He ordered the spirit-devouring rat to stomp on the Lu family expert until he fainted. Beside him, the Ning family expert was angry, but he was also somewhat glad that he had placed the supreme elixir in the spiritual ring. Otherwise, he would have been stomped on. However, it seemed worth it to be able to keep the supreme elixir after being stomped on. Thus, the Ning family expert fell into a dilemma. He did not know whether to be glad or regretful. Here, don't say that I'm not merciful. Look at your clothes and food. I didn't take them. After taking away all the valuables, the monk threw the spiritual rings to everyone with a magnanimous look. Everyone wanted to vomit blood at the monk's kindness. I really don't know how you guys survived. You've been here for so long, but you haven't even killed a single ancient beast. After taking away the valuables, the monk was still somewhat dissatisfied. Everyone wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. They were unlucky to have provoked these 2 fiends. No one spoke. Everyone lowered their heads, as if they knew that they were in the wrong. However, looking at their expressions, it was more like they were hoping that these 2 fiends would leave. During this period, Zichen was still holding the spiritual item in his hand. He had defeated the monster with only 1 finger. Of course, it was the finger that had fused with the skeleton. The 2 men and 1 beast turned and left. They had gained a lot this time and could be baptized as soon as they returned. They could not wait. After seeing the other party leave, the Lu and Ning family experts heaved a sigh of relief. There was even a hint of joy in their eyes. The Lu family expert had already woken up. While he was rejoicing, there was also a hint of disdain in his eyes, as expected of a barbarian who has not seen much of the world. Then he touched the pendant in his arms, and the disdain in his eyes grew. The Ning family expert also felt a burst of joy. Their harvest this time, the ancient herbs and ancient beast essence blood, were all in a special spatial container. This kind of container could ensure that the essence blood's spiritual power would not dissipate and had the function of sealing it. Moreover, the production cost of this spatial container was extremely high. How could these 2 barbarians know about it? Those 2 idiots, even if they killed a pure-blooded ancient beast, they would not be able to preserve its essence blood. What a waste! The Lu family expert disdainfully said, his eyes full of hatred. That might not be the case. Could it be that you did not see the pure-blooded ancient beast beside those 2 idiots? Once you kill it before leaving, you will definitely have a great harvest, the Ning family expert said. Then everyone became indignant. They inwardly cursed the 2 barbarians for being so lucky to have actually succeeded in tricking an ancient beast. Because of their anger, they used all kinds of malicious words to curse and feel indignant. However, at this moment, a flustered and exasperated shout suddenly rang out from the horizon. "Damn it! You actually dared to trick me. Do you have other storage rings on you?" This was the monk's voice, and he seemed extremely angry. As soon as they left, they realized that something was wrong. These people had been here for several days, so it was impossible for them not to have discovered a single ancient herb. Moreover, the old ancestor had said that there were special containers for ancient herbs and essence blood among the human trial takers. 3 silhouettes appeared on the horizon. Chen had left and returned. The people who were cursing incessantly were instantly dumbfounded, and their expressions changed again. The other party possessed extreme speed, and it was too late for them to run even if they wanted to. How could this be? The 10 people were all dumbfounded. They felt that the heavens were unfair. Oh God! Please punish them with a wicked person. These 2 are blatant robbers. They should be struck by lightning. The 10 people despaired. If the spatial containers were taken away, they would really have nothing left. Some people began to pray in vain. While praying, they also used all kinds of negative curses on the 2 barbarians. Chapter 5:16. What's going on? Did our prayers come true? Did a deity come to punish them? Seeing the barbarians running away in such a sorry state, everyone was startled. Then they looked puzzled. Oh my God, our prayers really came true. This is the ancient battlefield, the place where we fought against the alien tribes. Many human powerhouses died, including human deities. What they hate the most is robbing. Now, a deity has come to punish them. A cultivator explained excitedly. Although his explanation was self-righteous, it seemed reasonable. When the alien tribes invaded, they robbed and killed. What they did was almost the same as what the 2 barbarians did. If the deity's obsession did not dissipate after hearing their prayers, it was very likely that he would take action. The others thought for a while and agreed with this point of view. However, before they could cheer, they felt the sky suddenly turn dark. Is that a deity? The 10 of them looked up at the sky with some excitement in their eyes. Then they saw the source of the darkness. It was not a deity at all, but an ancient beast. However, this ancient beast only had 3 claws. The ancient beast was comparable to a mountain peak. Its body was covered in green scales. Its huge body blocked the sun and cast a shadow on the ground. 2 10-meter-long fangs were shining with a cold light. They pierced into the sky, sending chills down the spines of those who looked at them. That's the ancient Beast King. The hope in their hearts was shattered, and the 10 of them were shocked. Then, their faces turned to one of fear. This was the king of the ancient beasts, the enemy of humans. Once it attacked them, no one would be able to survive. Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly shook. The king's 2 hind claws stomped in the air, and a gust of energy began to sweep out. No longer hiding, it chased after Zi Chen and Tyrant. From the beginning to the end, it did not look at the others. Looking down, 5 of the 10 of them had been knocked unconscious by the energy produced by the old demonic leopard stomp. Another person had lost his vitality and was killed by the shock. Humans die. Then the old demonic leopard's angry roar came from afar. It produced a sound wave that made the other 4 vomit blood. It's the king ancient beast. Those 2 barbarians killed the young ancient beast. It's here to take revenge. That's right, they killed the little ancient beast and angered the king ancient beast. They are dead for sure. The 4 people who hadn't fainted let out a sigh of relief when they saw the old devil leopard leave. Then they quickly woke up their companions and chased after the old demonic leopard in the direction it had left. They wanted to see with their own eyes how the 2 barbarians were killed by the ancient beasts. But as soon as they soared into the sky, they saw numerous pale weapons flying in the distance, turning into streaks of cold light that shot toward the old devil leopard. Damn it, that's our pale weapon. Hurry up and summon it back. Seeing the pale weapon flickering with cold light, one of them shouted angrily. He was about to recall it. Stop! Are you trying to kill us? A cold voice abruptly rang out. After that, the expert from the Liu clan stopped the other party and shouted, Retract your weapon now. Do you want the king beast to divert its attention? When Yukong heard this, his heart trembled. He could not help but shiver as fear appeared in his eyes. If the king-level ancient beasts attacked them, it would be a massacre. The pale weapon glowed and shot toward the old devil leopard with a sharp whistling sound. It went straight for the old devil leopard's broken claw. This kind of attack couldn't hurt it at all, but it made the old devil leopard feel extremely humiliated. This was a naked provocation to it. It let out an angry roar and used its other claw to attack fiercely. Pum! A pale weapon exploded under the old devil leopard's claw, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions like hidden weapons. Boom! Another elixir weapon was instantly smashed into pieces by the powerful energy attack. In just a few attacks, 5 pill weapons had shattered. The experts from the Liu clan and Ning clan were incomparably shocked when they saw the scene. The strong and sturdy pill weapons were so weak in front of the old devil leopard. But after the shock, they felt a heartache. One had to know that these were their pill weapons. After 5 pill weapons shattered, another 5 pill weapons whizzed over, emitting a dazzling light, and once again pointed at the old devil leopard's broken claw. The cold light in the old devil leopard's eyes became even more intense. 2 shining sword teeth slashed at the pill weapons. In the explosion, 3 pill weapons were shattered, and the remaining 2 were also shattered under the sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, all 10 pill weapons were shattered. The old devil leopard's figure also disappeared into the horizon. Compared to its peak state, the old devil leopard's speed had decreased, so it couldn't catch up to the 2 who were escaping. But under the old devil leopard's full pursuit, the distance between the 2 parties was getting closer and closer. In order to kill the humans, the old devil leopard was almost possessed. Just as its injuries were stabilized, it came to this area to wait. It didn't expect that it would really be here today. When it saw that the humans were holding a spiritual item, its eyes shone with greed. Even the old devil leopard needed this item. If it could be swallowed together with other ancient herbs, it might be able to transform again. When it thought about the increase in its battle strength after the transformation, it became excited. It might even be able to devour the old thing. So when it saw the spiritual item, the old devil leopard, who had gone crazy due to hatred, became greedy again. Greedy and crazy. Hurry up and unleash a powerful attack. While they were escaping at top speed, the monk urged, "How do we attack? What about this thing?" Zi-chan was still tightly holding onto the spiritual item. During this time, the red light around the spiritual item flickered as it tried to escape. If it was killed directly, the effect would be greatly reduced. So Zi-chan had been holding onto it. At this moment, the old devil leopard was right behind them and could catch up at any time. It was impossible for them to exchange. As long as he let go, the spiritual item would turn into a red light and escape. At this critical moment, Zi-chan was helpless and could only try everything he could. He tapped his forehead and the purple gold gourd appeared. Then it scattered an illusory light and landed in Zi-chan's hand. Under the guidance of the light, Zi-chan let go of the spiritual item. The red light around the spiritual item flickered, and it was about to rush out of the illusory light. But in the next moment, the light disappeared and the spiritual item was put away. Zi-chan wasn't sure if the spiritual item would die or not. At this moment, he only knew that if he didn't put the spiritual item away, they would die when the old devil leopard caught up. After freeing his hand, Zi-chan began to form seals. A glaring golden light flickered, and a shining finger pointed at the old devil leopard. The thunderbolt finger appeared. Boom! The sky trembled as if it was about to shatter. A resplendent golden finger appeared and emitted a heart-palpitating aura as it pointed at the old devil leopard's wound. Seeing this finger, the old devil leopard was so angry that it wanted to vomit blood. This was something it had obtained after entering the depths and narrowly escaping death. But today, the other party was using it to deal with it. Moreover, it was pointed at its wound. This was obviously mocking it. The old devil leopard was enraged and let out a sky-shaking roar. Its two sword fangs directly shattered the finger. But taking advantage of this gap, the distance between them that had just closed once again widened. Just like that, the two of them continued to exchange blows. When the two of them ran into the old man's domain, the old devil leopard still couldn't catch up to them and could only let out an unwilling roar. Seeing the old man appear in the distance, Tyrant couldn't help but shout, "Old man, continue if you have the ability. We'll wait for you here." "That's right, old man, come here." The spirit devouring rats also clamored. Zi-chan stood there and struck out one finger seal after another. Then he took out his blood-colored spear to show off. From time to time, he would send out a powerful blow and shatter an ancient tree. This was a true provocation, an undisguised provocation. Zi-chan's baptism was imminent, and the more essence blood he needed, the better. Moreover, if the old devil leopard was angered, it would be too perfect for the old man to kill it. "Old man, what do you think this is?" Tyrant was also very direct. He took out two sword fangs and slashed at the void. Roar! Being provoked by three ant-like fellows, the old devil leopard was enraged. Then it was so angry that it actually coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. When such a huge monster coughed out blood, it was as if it was raining blood. The world was filled with resplendent green light. In the distance, Zi-chan and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the old devil leopard coughing out blood. Then they provoked it even more. Moreover, they also took out some essence blood, bones, flesh, and skin of the little devil leopard from the purple gold gourd and showed it off. Puff! The old devil leopard was so angry that it coughed out blood again. Green light flickered between heaven and earth like pearls sprinkling down. "You lowly ants, just you wait. Old man, one day I'll kill you and eat you." In the end, the old devil leopard didn't step forward. After venting its anger in the outside world, it turned around and left. But before it left, it waved its claw and scattered a ray of light. The green blood that fell on the ground all disappeared. This time, it was Zi-chan and the others turned to be dumbfounded. They could only watch as the old devil leopard collected the blood and left. "Enough, you should be satisfied. You've angered it quite badly." The old man stepped forward, smiled faintly, and said, "This time it was angered half to death. It definitely won't appear again. You guys should continue looking for ancient herbs. The more catalysts there are, the more obvious the transformation effect will be." "No need, ancestor. We found the strongest catalysts." The spirit-devouring rat was the first to speak. A trace of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He smiled and said, "The strongest catalysts? Could it be a spiritual object? Your luck is really extraordinary." "Our luck is very good, but it was much worse when we encountered the old devil leopard. When we were escaping, the spiritual object was already dead." The spirit-devouring rat was very depressed. Then it looked directly at Zi-Chin with a different kind of light flickering in its eyes. Zi-Chin didn't let it down. He laughed loudly and said, "Who said that the spiritual object was dead? Who told you that? Ha, it's still alive." Zi-Chin was very excited. A living spiritual object was much more valuable than a dead one. The difference was like heaven and earth. When he took out the little devil leopard's flesh, he sensed that the spiritual object was still alive. He only found out today that the purple gold gourd could even collect living things. "It's still alive?" The spirit-devouring rat's small eyes widened. It also became excited. "Of course." Zi-Chen's expression was proud. Then he took out the purple gold gourd. As the illusory light scattered again, the spiritual object appeared from the mouth of the gourd. Its body flickered with red light. It was only a foot long and kept struggling in the illusory light, trying to escape. Chapter 517. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the silent black pool. As the whirlpool grew larger, a huge black hole extended from the bottom of the pool. The ancient beast essence blood that Zi-Chan obtained shone brightly. Drops of it were like pearls as it fell into the black hole. The ordinary ancient beast blood had all been refined and turned into pure essence blood. First, it was the ordinary ancient beast essence blood. Then, it was the essence blood of the little demonic leopard. All of them shone brightly as they fell into the pool. Then, ancient herbs were thrown in one after another. In total, 5 ancient herbs were thrown in. There were also some precious herbs from the spirit ring. There were even some spirit herbs from the outside world. Ancient herbs, essence blood, spirit herbs, and precious herbs dyed the entire black hole with a brilliant light. In the end, only the spiritual item was left. A light flashed in the old man's hand, and a small hole appeared on the spiritual item. Then, drops of essence blood flowed out of the small hole and were flicked to the bottom of the pool by the old man. The red essence blood emitted dense spiritual energy. Furthermore, it was even brighter than the blood of the little demonic leopard. It was extraordinary. After everything was ready, the bottom of the pool trembled. Then, rays of light appeared from the bottom of the pool. The black hole was filled with multicolored light. Zi-Chen sat down cross-legged and descended from the center of the whirlpool to undergo the baptism. Zi-Chen descended to the bottom of the pool. The old man looked at the spirit devourer. The latter nodded and pointed at its heart. The essence blood appeared. As a future pure-blooded ancient beast, the essence blood of the spirit devourer was stronger than that of the little demonic leopard. The drops of essence blood were sparkling and resplendent like gems, flickering with divine light. The spirit devourer was very generous this time and contributed a total of 10 drops of essence blood. After contributing 10 drops of essence blood, the spirit devourer rat's spirit was clearly dispirited. The old man handed the remaining spiritual item to the other party. The spirit devourer rat was very grateful and excited. It swallowed the spiritual item in one gulp and then flashed to the side to start refining. At the bottom of the pool, with the addition of the 10 drops of essence blood, the medicinal liquid became even more violent. Within the black hole, multicolored light was constantly flickering. Vaguely, there was a monstrous sound as all sorts of medicinal liquid and blood refined Zichen. With everything in place, the tempering began. The whirlpool slowly stopped spinning, and the black hole also disappeared. During this time, Zichen would stay at the bottom of the pool until the transformation was complete. Zichen's strength continued to increase. Now he had already surpassed Tyrant. The latter clearly felt the pressure and became even more diligent, striving to achieve another breakthrough in strength. As for the devilish ape, it was sleeping as usual. It seemed that his cultivation method was to sleep. Zichen had already reached the bottom of the pool. This place was like a small, independent space with all kinds of medicinal liquids soaking within. It was full of precious light, flashing with boundless brilliance, and dense steam continuously rose. As soon as Zichen fell into the medicinal liquid, he felt a piercing pain on his skin, as if he was being pricked by needles. Furthermore, as he fell in, the temperature of the entire medicinal liquid actually rose again, and it began to emit bubbles. The black hole above his head disappeared. Zichen and the medicinal liquid were completely sealed at the bottom of the pool. Golden light flickered around him as he continued to absorb and refine the medicinal liquid. These medicinal liquids fused with his flesh, blood, and bone marrow, helping Zichen's perfect body transform. Boom! As the temperature continued to rise, the various medicinal liquids and blood essences began to melt, displaying endless power. Beast roars, hisses, and the sound of waves crashing could be heard constantly. Roar! The little demonic leopard's blood essence began to melt as it let out an indignant roar. Then, illusory figures appeared one after another. With the will of an ancient beast, they charged at Zichen. Zichen sat cross-legged in the medicinal liquid with his eyes closed. His body flickered with resplendent golden light as he remained motionless, allowing all kinds of illusions to appear. The little demonic leopard charged at Zichen. After touching his body, it exploded with a bang, turning into a thick medicinal essence that was absorbed by Zichen. Within the sealed space, tens of thousands of multicolored lights shone, releasing rumbling sounds. Zichen was currently transforming. Apart from the little demonic leopard, there were also the gray rats, black rats, and spirit-devouring rats that he had previously killed. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, constantly roaring as they charged at Zichen. These were the wills contained in the blood essences of the ancient beasts. At this moment, they were activated by the various medicinal catalysts, and the medicinal essence became even stronger. The medicinal liquid began to boil, and the blood essences and ancient herbs slowly began to melt. The fusion of various blood essences caused the medicinal liquid to emit all kinds of dazzling light. Finally, the blood essences of the spiritual objects also melted. This was the strongest medicinal catalysts. As the blood essences fused with the medicinal liquid, the quality of the blood essences increased again. Buzz! A surge of energy began to surge, and a crazy medicinal essence began to attack Zichen's body. The wills of the spirit-devouring rats, black rats, gray rats, and little demonic leopards also increased by a full grade. They turned into more solid phantoms and charged at Zichen. They seemed to have turned into solid entities, constantly biting at Zichen's skin. The golden light around Zichen's body slowly faded under the biting. At the same time, traces of blood flowed out of his pores. At first glance, Zichen seemed to be surrounded by many ancient beasts, completely drowning his body. However, in the midst of the biting, the light around the ancient beast slowly faded until it finally dissipated. This was the result of the medicinal essence being completely absorbed. Under such medicinal essence, Zichen's body was undergoing a transformation. His bones, flesh, and bone marrow were washed over and over again by the medicinal essence, and the impurities were removed over and over again. Among them, the most obvious was his blood. In his body, the blood flowed crazily like a river, emitting a gurgling sound. More medicinal essence fused into the blood, tempering the impurities in Zi Chen's blood. And the red blood that flowed out of his body was the source of all the impurities. As the impurities in his blood were removed, the sound of the river flowing in Zi Chen's body gradually turned into a roaring sound. In the end, it was like a monstrous wave surging, emitting a thunderous sound. And the originally bright red blood was also in the process of transformation, slowly gaining a luster. However, this luster was very faint, and one could barely see that it was golden. In the black pool, a huge monster was quietly watching all of this. "You're still a little short of a true transformation. Then I'll lend you a hand." The huge monster's eyes flashed. Following that, the silent black pool began to tremble, and the black water began to surge. A dazzling light penetrated the black pool and spread to the outside world. Apart from that, there was also a surge of spiritual energy within the light. Feeling the change in the pool, the monk was instantly shocked. At this moment, the scene in the pool was like the birth of a peerless soul treasure. That dazzling light and the surge of spiritual energy could not be concealed even by the black pool. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire black pool fell into a frenzy, and the dazzling light also disappeared after this bang. But what followed was a loud bang that shook the heavens, and a peerless, ferocious aura appeared, sweeping through the world. Such a phenomenon awakened the spirit-devouring rat. The latter's eyes were clearly filled with shock, and then it seemed to have thought of something. Its heart was filled with horror and a hint of undetectable jealousy. In the black pool, Zi Chen was in a difficult battle. All the ancient beasts around him had disappeared, turned into pure medicinal energy, and were absorbed by his body. Just as everything was about to end, a drop of essence blood entered the medicinal liquid, and then a peerless, ferocious beast appeared. This was a mutated beast, and it looked like an old tortoise. However, it had a triangular head and cold triangular eyes. Its long neck was covered with black scales, and there were no patterns on its huge tortoise shell. Instead, there were barbs. The barbs were as black as ink, and they reflected a metallic luster. They were very sharp. The 4 claws were extremely sharp, and every time it swung, Zi Chen's body would bleed a large amount of blood. This seemed to be a true pure-blooded ancient beast, just a drop of essence blood, and it had incredible supernatural powers. As the ferocious beast slapped him, Zi Chen felt waves of pain coming from his body. At the same time, a powerful and domineering medicinal power forcefully entered Zi Chen's body, undergoing a baptism at the deepest level. Zi Chen could not help but roar. In a short moment, his body became bloody, and there were obviously black impurities in the bright red blood. After washing over and over again, as more impurities were expelled from his body, Zi Chen's body once again emitted a golden light. And this golden light was becoming more and more intense. In the black pool, the ferocious power continued. That oppressive aura made it difficult for people to breathe. Time passed day by day, and Zi Chen's baptism was still not over. During this period, the spirit-devouring rat had completely refined the spiritual object and successfully transformed. Its transformation lasted for an entire day. On that day, it was as if there was an additional sun on the ground, and it was dazzling. After the transformation, the spirit-devouring rat's defense was stronger, and its speed had become faster. It even far surpassed the demon ape. Now, if the spirit-devouring rat wanted to escape, no one could stop it. After the transformation, the spirit-devouring rat felt that its stomach was empty, and it needed to find something with spiritual power. A few days later, the spirit-devouring rat returned and successfully expelled the spiritual power crystals. These were all impurities, but they were comparable to supreme-grade primordial stones. The monk happily picked up the primordial stones that still had the temperature of the spirit-devouring rat. At the same time, He threatened to eat more and poop more. On the 7th day, the ferocious power in the black pool finally weakened, and the oppressive aura slowly disappeared. On the 10th day, the entire black pool also calmed down. At the same time, the old man announced that Zi-Chen's transformation had come to an end. But this end still lasted for a full 5 days. Half a month later, a powerful aura emerged from the black pool, and a dazzling light shone through the black water. Boom! The entire black pool went berserk, and the golden light began to flash. This time, a golden vortex appeared from the pool. From the golden vortex, a figure instantly rushed out. This was a figure that emitted golden light all over. Its entire body seemed to be cast in gold, and a powerful aura was emitted from its body. Chapter 518. Zi-Chen rushed out from the bottom of the pool. His whole body was shining with a golden light as if he was made of gold. After the baptism and transformation, his body had become stronger. A powerful force surged with every move he made. Boom! Boundless golden light shone and dyed the sky. The qi and blood in his body surged like waves. Zi-Chen actually had the pressure of an ancient beast. Like a peerless monster waking up, Zi-Chen's body surged with a terrifying aura. This aura directly woke up the monk who was cultivating. "Monk, let me test your defense again." In between moves, Zi-Chen felt a surge of energy, so he turned into a golden light and rushed toward the monk. This was completely based on his strength. He detonated the air and punched the monk with a sharp, whistling sound. Bang! Amidst the dull sound, the protective light shield around the monk began to distort and tremble. It was about to shatter. Again! Zi-Chen yelled as he punched out once more. The monk's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated, but he was still a step too late. With a loud boom, his strongest defense was shattered. In just 2 punches, the monk's defense was broken. The monk's eyes sparkled, and there was obvious surprise on his face. Obviously, Zi-Chen had gained a lot from this transformation. A big step forward. Not bad. The old man's eyes flashed, and his face was full of gratification. "Thank you for your help, Senior." The golden light on Zi-Chen's body slowly disappeared. He turned around and thanked the old man gratefully. Zi-Chen had already guessed that the peerless beast was the old man's original body. It was also because of the old man's drop of blood that he had changed so much. At this moment, his body was flashing with golden light. Even his blood was emitting a faint golden light. Although the color of his blood could not be compared to the spirit-devouring rats and the little demonic leopards, it was not weaker than the black rats and gray rats. Just one baptism and such a huge transformation. Apart from the spiritual objects, the old man's drop of blood played a role. The old man smiled, indicating that Zi-Chen did not have to be polite. In the following time, Zi-Chen began to familiarize himself with his current body. His physique had changed, and his combat strength had become stronger. However, his control over his own strength was not as flexible as before. He needed to slowly adapt to the changes in his body. After seeing Zi-Chen undergo such a huge transformation after the baptism, Tyrant couldn't sit still and became impatient. A few days later, he urged Zi-Chen to go out and hunt ancient beasts. He wanted to find more essence blood and ancient medicines for his own baptism. All right. Zi-Chen nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. In order to become stronger, he also needed to fight. Only in battle could he quickly adapt to his changes and use his powerful strength more cleverly. This time, the devil ape and the monk stayed behind. Zi-Chen only brought the spirit-devouring rat with him. They had all undergone transformations, and their speed had become even faster. Even if they encountered the old demonic leopard, they would not be afraid. Under the lead of the spirit-devouring rats, Zi-Chen, who was relying on his powerful strength, began a thorough search of the area. Ancient medicines and ancient beasts were not spared. As for these things, the spirit-devouring rat had an extraordinary perception. Thus, bringing it along allowed him to save a lot of time and half the effort. After sensing the powerful strength surging around Zichin, the spirit-devouring rat, which had also undergone a transformation, also wanted to compete with Zichin. It wanted to see if Zichen's combat strength was stronger or if its defense was better. In the end, Zichin did not control his strength well and punched the spirit-devouring rat until it vomited blood. After seeing Zichin keep the blood, the spirit-devouring rat's expression changed several times. It no longer mentioned the sparring and focused on bringing him to find other ancient beasts. Bang! A golden light flashed. Zichin simply threw a punch and hit the head of an ancient beast. A huge force surged into the ancient beast's head. In the next moment, its head exploded with a bang, and its brain matter splattered everywhere. An ancient beast was killed in one blow. Sigh, I still can't control it well. Zichin sighed softly as he looked at the ancient beast with pity. His sparring partner had died just like that. All he could do was store the ancient beast into the purple-gold calabash and leave it for the monk to dissect. In the past 2 days, this was already the third ancient beast he had killed, but he still couldn't control his strength well. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Now he had even killed the other party with one strike. There's no rush. Let's find the fourth ancient beast, said the spirit-devouring rat. Due to this baptism, his perfect body had transformed once again. His physique was much stronger than before, and he advanced step by step. Furthermore, every drop of pale golden blood hid an extraordinary power. In a short period of time, it was clearly difficult for Zichin to control his strength easily. After the rapid transformation, it would take a long time to familiarize himself with it. Only then could he unleash his strongest combat strength. Half a day later, they discovered the fourth ancient beast. It was a groundhog that was more than 2 meters long. It was stronger than the first one they killed. Human Dai. Upon seeing Zichin, a hint of ferocity appeared in the groundhog's eyes. As the cold voice transmission faded, it transformed into a beam of light and charged at Zichin. Upon seeing the ancient beast, Zichin was also very excited. He took a large step forward and was about to fight the groundhog. However, he was too excited and used too much strength. With this stomp, Zichin created a deep hole in the ground. His entire right foot sank in. Human, are you afraid? You don't even know how to walk? The groundhog sneered as it arrived in front of Zichin. Its cold claws slapped at Zichin's head. Zichin's foot sank into the ground, and his movements were obstructed. Helpless, he could only raise his arm to block. Die, human! A sharp whistle sounded as the sharp claws instantly arrived. The groundhog's eyes already had a ferocious smile. It was as if it could already see the scene of its sharp claws slicing off the human's arm and shattering his head. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The groundhog's ferocious little eyes suddenly widened. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. It felt as if its attack had collided with a divine mountain. The divine mountain did not move at all, but it was sent flying by a powerful recoil. The groundhog flew backward, its little eyes filled with shock. It did not understand why such a situation had occurred. Zichin took this opportunity to pull out one of his legs that had sunk into the ground and stood on the maroon ground again. Ancient beast, die. This time he carefully controlled his strength and only left a row of shallow footprints on the ground. Then he charged at the groundhog and clashed with it. Bang! Zichen's fist landed on the groundhog's body, causing it to stagger backward. On the other hand, the groundhog's timely counterattack landed on Zichen's body. However, it made a clanging sound and did not break through his defense. After repeated attacks, it could not even break through his defense. The intelligent groundhog had already sensed that something was wrong. Moreover, after exchanging a few blows, It was already panting from exhaustion. It finally realized that this human was not to be trifled with, so it turned and ran. Bang! Bang! Zichen used his extreme speed to closely follow it, sticking close to the groundhog as he punched out again and again. Golden fists landed on the groundhog's body, causing it to stagger and roll. At the same time, he carefully adapted to his current strength and did his best to control each of his punches. Behind him, the spirit-devouring rat was dumbfounded. Zichen stuck close to the groundhog for several kilometers and finally killed it in its nest. After the groundhog's death, Zichen found a few crystals in the other's nest, which could be considered an unexpected gain. During this time, the spirit-devouring rat had secretly brought him back to the little demonic leopard's nest, wanting to find the little demonic leopard's collection. Unfortunately, that place was already empty, and even the nest had been occupied by an ancient beast. In the end, the ancient beast became Zichen's training tool. After a fierce beating, the ancient beast died and became a corpse in the purple gold gourd. However, what was worth mentioning was that in the instant that the ancient beast died, just like the groundhog, there was a look of release in its eyes. Even the ferocious ancient beast felt that death was release. From this, it could be seen just how much abuse it had suffered. After following Zichen again, the spirit-devouring rat's gaze was quite strange. After seeing how powerful Zichen was, it could not help but mourn for the other ancient beasts. In this region, it seemed that apart from the king-level ancient beasts, there was no one who could suppress Zichen. Just as Zichen was looking for a sparring partner, the old demonic leopard, who had recovered from its injuries, stepped onto the path of revenge. The enmity of its son's death was irreconcilable, and it was determined to kill the human. However, before that, it had to find an ally. The heaven-devouring wolf was also a king-level ancient beast, and it had great battle prowess. It was just that it had been injured by the human last time and had been recuperating. After the old demonic leopard came and told it why it had come, the heaven-devouring wolf stared in disbelief. "What did you say? A human killed your son? How is that possible? It's an ancient beast that has evolved several times. How could a mere human kill it? It's all because of that despicable human. He actually schemed against my son. Otherwise, with my son's battle prowess and that finger bone, who could kill him?" The old demonic leopard's expression was full of resentment as it recounted the entire incident. Hearing about the finger bone, the heaven-devouring wolf's eyes flashed with greed. This was the thing that the old demonic leopard was most proud of. It was also because of this finger bone that the old demonic leopard had its current fame. You're saying that old bastard was involved? But after hearing about the old bastard, the heaven-devouring wolf's expression changed, and the greed in its eyes disappeared. It was that old bastard who broke my claw. Damn it! He actually dares to use the rules here to pressure me. The old demonic leopard hid the energy claw imprint. Seeing that the old demonic leopard had really lost a claw, the heaven-devouring wolf's expression changed again. In this region, the old bastard was practically a legend. Even when their ancestors were still alive, they did not dare to casually provoke him. In that era, the old bastard was a taboo, and no ancient beast dared to provoke him. But with the passage of time, the old bastard had become much more low-key and no longer came out. Many king-level ancient beasts guessed that he did not have much life left, and his battle prowess had weakened, so they went into hiding. But no ancient beast dared to find trouble with the old bastard. Now that it heard that the old bastard had broken the old demonic leopard's arm with a single strike, the heaven-devouring wolf was shocked. If the old bastard could break the old demonic leopard's arm with a single strike, he could naturally break its arm as well. Although the heaven-devouring wolf was arrogant, it did not dare to say that it was much stronger than the old demonic leopard. Chapter 519. Even the old bastard has interfered. If the humans continue to hide at his place, there's nothing I can do, Sky-Devouring Wolf said after pondering for a moment. It obviously didn't want to get involved when it came to the old bastard. However, it kindly informed the old demonic leopard that the so-called rules only existed in name now. Even if it had killed the humans, there were no rules to punish it. Despicable humans, I'll let the two of you die without a burial ground. Hearing the truth, the old demonic leopard was so angry that it wanted to vomit blood. It roared again and again, its heart filled with regret. It once had the chance to kill the two humans, but it missed the chance to let the young demonic leopard regain its confidence. Just two humans? I wonder what they look like. Humans were very weak. Beasts of the same level could almost slaughter them, but the young demonic leopard was actually killed by two humans. Sky-Devouring Wolf was very curious. It's the two of them. The old demonic leopard used its energy to create two figures. They were Zi-Chin and the tyrant. Then, it wanted to leave and find other helpers. Wait. After seeing the humans in the image, Sky-Devouring Wolf's eyes flashed with a strange light. It suddenly spoke and stopped the old demonic leopard. These two humans were none other than the ones who had been disrespectful to it and were lucky enough to survive under its claws. This matter needs to be considered at length. We can't be impatient, Sky-Devouring Wolf said. After seeing the two humans, it changed its mind. The old demonic leopard turned its head and looked at Sky-Devouring Wolf. It solemnly said, "If you can help me take revenge, you can choose between the finger bone and the spear." Sky-Devouring Wolf's heart stirred when it heard this. But when it thought of the old bastard's powerful battle strength, a sense of powerlessness arose in its heart. The old bastard's strength is too strong. We can't provoke him. The matter of revenge can wait. The various regions are about to be connected, and the path to the depths will open again. If we miss this opportunity because of hatred, we'll have to wait for another 1,000 years. You must know that this is our only chance to become strong and leave. It only comes once in 1,000 years. Seeing the old demonic leopard's hesitant expression, Sky-Devouring Wolf said, "But before that, I can send Guxiong and Little Wolf to take a look. If they find the two humans, they can kill them directly." After pondering for a long time, the old demonic leopard finally nodded. "All right then, let's explore deeper. However, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to send Guxiong and Wolf Cub. The human has fused with the phalanx and has a spear in his hand. He's very strong. I'm afraid they're no match for him." Sky-Devouring Wolf smiled and said, "Don't worry. Guxiong has recently undergone another transformation. His strength is not weak. Furthermore, Little Wolf has an innate ability. Killing two humans will not be a problem at all." Finally, Sky-Devouring Wolf emphasized, "You must know that ancient beasts are the strongest among those of the same level." In any case, the old demonic leopard had already informed the old demonic leopard of their relationship, so he no longer insisted. Furthermore, the way the heaven-devouring wolf emphasized it was as if it was looking down on it. This was because the heaven-devouring wolf was a true pure-blooded descendant of an ancient beast, while the saber-toothed devil leopard was not. On the same day, Guxiong, who was close to 10 meters in size, left the territory of the sky-devouring wolf with a 4-meter long wolf cub. Humph! The little demonic leopard was killed by a human because it was stupid. It was a disgrace to the ancient beasts. I, Little Wolf, am a true pure-blooded descendant of an ancient beast. How can I be compared to a stupid leopard? As he left, Little Wolf's expression was proud and unyielding. If a mere human dares to come out, I can kill him with a slap. Little Wolf, you have a noble status. It's best if you don't do anything, Guxiong said. Zi-Chen and the spirit-devouring rat were still moving forward. Other than looking for sparring partners, they would also look for ancient inheritances. During this period, they indeed found one. Zi-Chen sat cross-legged, After comprehending it for 2 days, he memorized it all. After that, the spiritual energy in the inheritance was devoured by the spirit-devouring rat. After being out for 10 days, Zi-Chen killed 6 ancient beasts, found an inheritance, and obtained 3 ancient herbs. In just 10 days, his harvest was comparable to the total harvest of some forces in the ancient battlefield. After coming here, Zi-Chen's harvest was huge. Whether it was the finger bone or the blood-colored spear, any one of them could be compared to the primordial stones they had spent before coming here. Furthermore, according to the old man, the ancient battlefield would remain open for a long time. Zi-Chen had enough time to obtain more things. On the 10th day, the spirit-devouring rat decided to return, because in this reddish-brown land, it was hard to find even a stalk of withered grass, let alone ancient herbs. Some of the ancient beasts they found were also rodents. If they wanted to find spiritual objects and ancient herbs, they had to go to places with living plants. With 6 ancient beasts as sparring partners, Zi-Chen's control of his power slowly became better. However, he was still far from being able to control it freely. He needed more sparring partners to improve his control of his power. Now that they were walking on the reddish-brown land, it was still difficult to walk on it. Only when they were flying in the sky, it was still normal. The 2 of them started to return. They decided to search in the dense forest before returning to be baptized by the monk. Although the 6 ancient beasts were not pure-blooded, they could still be baptized by the monk once. During this period, Gu Xiong and Little Wolf were approaching the area where the old man was. However, before that, they had to cross the barren, reddish-brown land under their feet. That is. Suddenly, Little Wolf squinted its cold eyes as it noticed a human and a rat on the ground. It's a human, and it's the human we're looking for. Gu Xiong opened his mouth, his voice shaking the sky. He recognized Zi-Chen at a glance. It's really him. Little Wolf's eyes lit up as if it had seen its prey. Its aura surged. At this time, Zi-Chen also saw Little Wolf and Gu Xiong in the sky and felt the obvious hostility from them. That's a sky-devouring wolf. The spirit-devouring rat was shocked and couldn't help but scream. There was obvious fear in its eyes as it tried to escape. Why are you running? This is a pure-blooded ancient beast. If you let it go, you'll be struck by lightning. Zi-Chen grabbed the spirit-devouring rat and brought it back. He stared at the ancient beast that was approaching. I say, greedy human, wake up. It's a sky-devouring wolf, the descendant of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Its father is a king that's stronger than the old devil leopard. If you dare to kill it, the sky-devouring wolf will not let you go. If you offend both the sky-devouring wolf and the old devil leopard, there will be no place for you in this area in the future. The spirit-devouring rat cried out. It was shocked by Zi-Chen's greed. A sky-devouring wolf? It should still be healing. Moreover, I've already offended it. Even if I don't kill this little one, the old one will kill me when it sees me. Zi-Chen snorted coldly as a cold smile appeared on his face. Moreover, it's so aggressive. It doesn't come with good intentions. Since it wants to die, why not help it? Gu Xiong and Little Wolf quickly approached while they were talking. They didn't hide their killing intent at all as they stopped a few dozen meters away from Zi-Chen. Spirit-devouring rat, the descendant of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Not bad. I'll take it back and raise it well. After landing, Little Wolf glanced at the spirit-devouring rat before its cold gaze landed on Zi-Chen. It asked coldly, Human, you're the one who killed the little devil leopard. That's right. It died by my hands. Zi-Chen sneered and asked, Why? Are you here for revenge? Revenge? How can a mere little devil leopard deserve to be avenged by a descendant of an ancient beast? Little Wolf snorted arrogantly. That's not revenge. You came here with killing intent. Are you here to die? Zi-Chen's eyes flashed coldly. That's good. My friend's baptism is near, and needs some ancient beast blood essence. I see that you're barely enough. Why don't you contribute it? Human, you're courting death. Gu Xiong spoke with a cold voice as a tyrannical aura surged around him. Human, you've successfully angered me. However, as a descendant of an ancient beast, I'll give you two choices. The first is to hand over the finger bone and spear and become my slave. The second is to die. Little Wolf said coldly, Great descendant of the ancient beast, I choose the third option. A playful smile appeared on Zi Chen's face. There is no third option. There are only these two options. Little Wolf emphasized. Descendant of an ancient beast, you're wrong. There is a third option. I live and you die. As the cold words fell, Zi Chen took a step forward and charged forward. He took the initiative to attack. This time he controlled his strength well. With one step, the reddish-brown ground shook violently. Then it cracked open with a loud bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. However, Zi Chen had already charged forward and did not sink into the ground again. Human die, Gu Xiong roared. He waved his fan-like palm, which was surrounded by streaks of black light, and attacked Zi Chen. There was a sharp whistling sound in the air. Gu Xiong's pure strength was terrifying. It almost tore the space apart as he attacked Zi Chen at an extremely fast speed. In his eyes, the puny human could only withstand the strength of his palm. If his strength was a little stronger, he was afraid that the human would explode. Zi Chen also waved his palm at this moment. Golden light flashed as his small palm hit his opponent's big palm. Boom! There was a loud bang between heaven and earth. Black and gold light began to surge and spread in all directions. The ground cracked open between the two of them. Reddish-brown sand flew up and covered the sky. Zi Chen and Gu Xiong retreated rapidly under this powerful attack. Moreover, with every step he took back, the ground would explode, and a deep footprint would appear. In the end, Zi Chen retreated 5 steps, while Gu Xiong retreated 6 steps. He was actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation with a human. There was obvious surprise in his eyes. He had an illusion that he was not fighting with a human, but a pure-blooded descendant of an ancient beast. Swoosh! This was the first time he was repelled after his transformation. Zi Chen's eyes were blazing. He finally found a sparring partner who could fight with him head-on. Today he could finally fight with all his might. Whether he could perfectly control his strength after his transformation would depend on today. Therefore, he tapped his foot and went forward again. He clenched his right fist, and golden light flashed around him. He was only using pure strength to fight against his opponent. Roar! Gu Xiong was not to be outdone. With a roar, his huge bear paw fell again. The power of this attack was actually 30% stronger. Boom! Chapter 520. After 10 consecutive days, Zi Chen wasn't able to find a suitable sparring partner. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Today, he finally met an evenly matched opponent. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go easily. The more Zi Chen fought, the more excited he got. He kept punching and swinging his fists, increasing the strength of his physical body bit by bit. He strived to familiarize himself with every ounce of strength in his body and control it perfectly. His entire body was emitting golden light as though he was made of gold. As his strength increased, there was also an oppressive aura around him. This was the oppressive aura of an ancient beast's descendant. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard. Zi Chen's strength was also gradually increasing. He thought that he could end the battle in an instant. He didn't expect it to be a prolonged battle. Moreover, he was constantly at a disadvantage. The powerful ancient bear couldn't accept this fact. Roar! With a furious roar, the suppressed ancient bear entered a berserk state. Its aura became stronger, and its combat strength became more ferocious. The strength of his physical body had also increased by a full fold. In the berserk state, Its attacks were ferocious and full of strength. Ordinary ancient beasts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Great! Sensing the increase in the ancient bear's combat strength, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. Previously, he didn't dare to go all out as he was afraid that he would accidentally kill this rare sparring partner. Now he didn't have to worry. The berserk ancient bear gave Zi Chen a sense of danger. Whoa! Boundless golden light shone around Zi Chen. His powerful combat strength had also doubled. At the same time, he threw out a ferocious punch. Boom! In the dull explosion, the ancient bear's attack that could kill ordinary ancient beasts with a slap was easily blocked by the weak human. Both sides were evenly matched again. The ancient bear's eyes were completely filled with shock. It was an ancient beast. Its strongest point was its physical strength. Moreover, it had a huge body that was close to 10 meters. When it looked at the other side, it saw a skinny human that was less than 2 meters tall. But now it couldn't kill a skinny human after so long. Boom! Boom! The intense exchange continued. In the midst of the explosions, the reddish-brown ground was constantly torn apart by powerful forces. Huge cracks spread and reddish-brown sand and stones covered the sky. The ancient bear's rage was its innate ability and its strongest technique. With each attack, its battle prowess grew stronger and stronger. The aura that surged around its body grew more and more tyrannical. Bang! In another collision, Zi Chen was injured and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A faint golden radiance flickered. This blood was actually like the ancient beasts, releasing brilliant radiance. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiong was shocked again. The other party was indeed no different from an ancient beast. Even his blood was glowing. After that, it saw the human vomiting blood, and its expression became even more excited. Then his battle prowess seemed to have increased a little, and his speed seemed to have increased a little. At the next moment, a tremendous force struck Gu Xiong's body, causing a wound to appear on his bare paw. Drops of glistening blood flowed out. Not far away, the wolf cub's proud expression was soon replaced by a solemn expression when it saw that the human could even injure the ancient bear in a berserk state. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it had already escaped when the battle was still going on. It hid behind a huge rock and watched the battle from afar. However, it had obviously seen the end of the battle. It just wanted to see how the two ancient beasts would die. Gu Xiong's rage increased its aura. In the following period of time, its battle prowess would only get stronger. Zi Chen was not afraid. His battle prowess would increase along with Gu Xiong's growth. Finally, when his battle prowess increased to a certain limit, a loud sound was heard from his body. This was the sound of the faint golden blood flowing in his body. At the same time, this faint golden blood provided Zi Chen with a stronger force. This force passed through his blood and into his body, and then into his right hand. Bang! Gu Xiong's huge body was directly sent flying by Zi Chen. It then landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Zi Chen's battle prowess had finally reached its peak. At this moment, he was like a pure-blooded ancient beast. The strength of his physical body was unbelievably strong. As the golden light flashed, he displayed extreme speed and arrived in front of Gu Xiong in an instant. He was like an ancient beast on the move. Then he struck Gu Xiong, who had just gotten up. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He was in a state of excitement and no longer had any scruples when he attacked. Gu Xiong, who had just gotten up, let out a roar and was sent flying again under Zi Chen's peak battle prowess. This time more blood rained down. Another deep pit appeared on the ground, and countless smoke and dust splashed up. Zi Chen swung his fists and attacked again and again. Golden fist lights fell like raindrops, creating a series of vibrating sounds. As the battle continued, Zi Chen became more proficient in the use of power. Gu Xiong suffered heavy blows again and almost fainted. It was sent flying again as soon as it got up. Under Zi Chen's peak battle prowess, it had no power to fight back at all. After another round of attacks, it was actually beaten into a frenzy by Zichen. Roar! An earth-shattering roar followed. Gu Xiong, who had been beaten into a frenzy, became very weak and fell to the ground. If it couldn't kill the enemy in a frenzy, it would be fatal when it was severely weakened after it got out of a frenzy. But before Zichen could kill it, a sharp, murderous intent appeared behind him. Wolf Cub, who had finally recovered from the shock, launched an attack. Puff! Zichen's strong defense was torn apart by Wolf Cub in an instant. A claw mark appeared on his back, and pale, golden blood flowed out. Zichen dodged to the side and avoided the fatal blow. He glanced at Wolf Cub with a cruel smile on his face. Then, the pale golden blood in his body flowed faster again. The earth-shattering sound was heard again. The feeling of peak battle prowess appeared again. Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards Wolf Cub. Bang! Wolf Cub's strength was stronger than Gu Xiong's, but it was still sent flying by Zichen's peak battle prowess. Zichen's perfect body represented the strongest body among humans. It was flawless. At this moment, his blood had just transformed into a pale golden color and had super strong battle prowess. Even flight, realm, ancient beasts couldn't suppress it. Moreover, the perfect body after the transformation also had amazing recovery ability. After several exchanges, the wound on his back had stopped bleeding. Bang! Wolf Cub was sent flying for the second time. Blue blood rained down. As Zichen became more proficient in the use of his strength, his battle prowess became stronger. Wolf Cub, who was sent flying, was shocked. It no longer dared to underestimate this human. His opponent had a constitution that was not weaker than it. It might even be stronger. It seemed unimaginable that a human could suppress a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant. At the very least, Wolf Cub had never seen it in its long life. Roar! It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. In front of it, a huge black hole appeared. This was the sky-devouring wolf's innate divine ability. It was said that when a pure-blooded ancient beast used it, it could devour the heavens. Although Wolf Cub didn't have the means to devour the heavens, it wasn't a problem for it to devour a person. Zichen's body began to lose control. Under the powerful suction, he kept retreating towards the black hole. Furthermore, the energy in his body seemed to be forcefully suppressed by some law at this moment. The golden light around Zichen became even brighter. His perfect body once again provided powerful battle prowess, but it could only slow down his retreat and couldn't completely escape the black hole's devouring. Quickly think of a way to shatter the black hole. Seeing that Zichen was getting closer and closer to the black hole and was about to be devoured by it, the spirit-devouring rat's voice transmission suddenly sounded. Following that, under Wolf Cub's shocked eyes, Zichen's right middle finger began to glow. Then a heart-palpitating aura surged out. Even though Wolf Cub had a very high opinion of the finger bone and knew that it was extremely powerful and was a true treasure, it realized that it had underestimated the finger bone the moment the human attacked. A golden finger imprint with an extremely powerful aura of destruction fell towards the black hole and then suddenly exploded. The black hole formed by Wolf Cub's innate divine ability instantly shattered. As for Wolf Cub, it was sent flying by the powerful energy and coughed out blood. Its eyes were filled with horror. The golden finger mark from before was aimed at the black hole. If it had hit Wolf Cub, it would definitely have died. Once the finger bone appeared, who could contend against it? At that moment, Wolf Cub's eyes were filled with fear. It completely ignored the weak ancient bear and turned to run. Furthermore, in an instant, it seemed to have used some mystic technique that made its speed extremely fast. "Where do you think you're going?" Zichen shouted. Then his glowing finger tapped Wolf Cub again. The void split open, and a golden finger mark descended, aiming for Wolf Cub's head. At this moment of life and death, Wolf Cub's body emitted a resplendent light as it instantly accelerated, dodging this fatal blow. PFFF. Its back was pierced by the finger mark. Blue blood continuously spilled out like a string of sparkling pearls. After dodging the fatal blow, Wolf Cub didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief when it felt a monstrous killing intent behind it. Wolf Cub turned around and was almost frightened out of its wits. It saw another killing weapon of old devil leopard turn into a blood-colored lightning bolt and shoot towards it. PFFF. Killing intent surged as a blood-colored spear pierced Wolf Cub's body. A rain of blue blood sprayed out as a meter-long hind leg fell from the sky. Wolf Cub cried out in pain after its hind leg was cut off. Its body flickered with light as it disappeared into the horizon. Before Zichin could pursue, the weakened ancient bear crawled up from the ground and blocked Zichen's path. Wolf Cub, run! It roared and used all its strength to block Zichen, buying Wolf Cub a few breaths of time to escape. In the end, Guxiong fell to the ground and lost its vitality. Wolf Cub also successfully escaped. The spirit-devouring rat picked up the blood-colored spear and the hind leg for Zichen. Zichen used the purple gold gourd to collect the dead ancient bear. 7 ferocious beasts, and one of them was Guxiong. The harvest this time could be said to be huge. Moreover, Zichen's control of power was almost perfect. The man and the rat began to turn back. Chapter 5:21. The sky-devouring wolf was discussing with the old demonic leopard about entering the depths of the battlefield when it heard the wolf cub's howl. Its figure flashed as it rushed out. Then it saw the wolf cub with 3 legs left. As for Guxiong, he was nowhere to be seen. The old demonic leopard followed closely behind. After seeing the wolf cub's state, it guessed what had happened. They had encountered a human and suffered a crushing defeat. As for Guxiong, he had obviously been killed. This was what the old demonic leopard had expected. Now that it really happened, it was somewhat gloating. The sky-devouring wolf had looked down on it and the wolf cub. So what if they were pure-blooded ancient beast descendants? Didn't they still have to flee with one of their hind legs chopped off? What's going on? Did that old bastard attack you? The sky-devouring wolf asked with a gloomy face. No, it's that damned human. He injured me with a spear. The wolf cub said hatefully. Moreover, he has fused with the finger bone and is very powerful. Even my innate ability can't suppress him. As it spoke, the wolf cub's hostile gaze landed on the old demonic leopard. The old demonic leopard chuckled in its heart, but its face revealed a concerned expression. I've already said that humans aren't ordinary. We must be careful when we see them. He is fused with the finger bone, and his battle strength is far beyond ordinary ancient beasts. Wolf cub, you were too careless. You should have reported back when you saw them. The wolf cub was so angry that it wanted to vomit blood. Was he indirectly mocking it for being an ordinary ancient beast? There are actually such powerful humans in this region. The sky-devouring wolf's expression kept changing. It naturally heard the mockery in the old demonic leopard's words. These 2 humans are each stronger than the other. The one who is fused with the finger bone is not weaker than humans from other regions, the old demonic leopard said. Among those of the same level, ancient beasts were the strongest. This was an indisputable fact, but it wasn't absolute. Among the humans, there were a few who possessed powerful battle prowess. These humans had the ability to suppress an ancient beast and could even kill it. Even pure-blooded ancient beasts, known as the strongest existence, were still suppressed by humans. However, in this region, there hadn't been a powerful human who could rival ancient beasts for a long time. This caused the sky-devouring wolf to underestimate all the humans in the world. The wolf cub returned in embarrassment. It admitted that it had underestimated the other party. Suddenly, sky-devouring wolf seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Where's Guxiong?" Why isn't he back? During the fierce battle, Gu Xiong used his innate ability and was very weak. So I restrained the human and let him escape first. Later on, I was no match for him, so I retreated. I don't know whether Gu Xiong is still alive or not. Wolf Cub said the story that he had prepared beforehand without hesitation, following which his voice became filled with hatred as he said, "Father, you must kill those humans and avenge me." The devouring wolf nodded and did not say anything else. At the side, a trace of disdain flashed across the old demonic leopard's eyes. So what if he was the descendant of an ancient beast? With the little wolf's temperament, it was destined that it would never become a pure-blooded ancient beast. Instead of trying to wash away its own humiliation, it was counting on the heaven-devouring wolf to avenge it. Just this point alone made the little wolf far inferior to its son. Moreover, there was obviously a lot of exaggeration in its words. Even an outsider like the old demonic leopard knew that Gu Xiong wouldn't abandon it and run away alone. Moreover, it was a miracle that the little wolf could escape from a human with a finger bone and a spear. And the one who created this miracle was probably Gu Xiong. However, the two kings did not doubt the little wolf. The old demonic leopard consoled it, saying that Gu Xiong deserved to die since he didn't return. He actually abandoned it and ran away alone. While consoling it, the disdain in the old demonic leopard's heart grew even stronger. Thinking about how the heaven-devouring wolf's brainless son was still alive and well, it had unlimited potential and could become a pure-blooded ancient beast. Yet he was killed by a human. The anger in its heart grew even stronger, and it swore to kill the human once again. Seeing its father's gloomy expression, who had yet to say anything, the little wolf spoke again. "Father, you must avenge me! You've alerted the enemy this time. I don't think the humans will appear for a while. Recuperate for the next few days, then follow me to the depths to find ancient medicine to heal your broken leg. As for the humans, find some ancient beasts to keep an eye on them. If there's a chance, I'll definitely kill them." After pondering for a long time, the heaven-devouring wolf finally spoke. It had arranged everything, and did not choose to take revenge immediately, other than the fact that the path to the depths was about to open. The most important reason was that it was wary of the old fart. The little wolf was helpless, but it could only obey. Bang! Bang! Beside the black pool, a series of explosions rang out, and rays of light shone, illuminating the surroundings. Looking at the ancient beast corpses on the ground, the monk's eyes widened. This many? There were 6 ancient beast corpses on the ground. Although they were all ordinary ancient beasts, there were so many of them that it was barely enough for a baptism. "Make way, there's one more." Zi Chen was very satisfied with the monk's excited expression, and then signaled for the monk to step back. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and the ancient bear's body, which was close to 10 meters long, crashed onto the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. There was still a faint pressure on the ancient bear's body. The monk's eyes widened instantly. This is a pure-blooded ancient beast. Of course, its bloodline is not weaker than the little demonic leopard's. Zichen emphasized. "Zichen, you're just too cool." The excited monk did not know how to praise Zichen. Then he took out the 2 sword teeth and started cutting the corpses, then extracted the essence blood. At the side, the old man nodded repeatedly. It was obvious that Zichen had gained a lot. We're rich this time." The monk was still very excited as he cut the corpses. They had really struck it rich in this trip to the ancient battlefield. Just the skin, bones, and meat of the ancient beasts could be sold for a sky-high price. Apart from that, they had also obtained a lot of crystals, which were also worth a lot. The monk suddenly felt that after the baptism, he had to split the loot with Zichen 50-50 and then get his share of the loot. Just cutting the 7 ancient beasts took the monk half a day. After that, the monk began to collect and refine the essence blood to prepare for the baptism. It would take a few days to prepare, so the spirit-devouring rats were sent out to search for ancient herbs as the catalyst. 3 days later, everything was ready, and the monk entered the pool to prepare for the baptism. During this period, the spirit-devouring rats also contributed a few drops of essence blood. The old man treated them equally and also contributed a drop of essence blood. Just like during Zi Chen's baptism, the bottom of the pool emitted rays of light, and a ferocious beast pressure appeared, and then lasted for a few days. During this period, half of the wolf cub's hind leg was roasted and eaten by Zi Chen. As expected of a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant, Zi Chen could clearly feel the dense essence qi in it. After eating the roasted meat, Zi Chen told the old man about killing the ancient bear and the wolf cub. The sky-devouring wolves are very cunning. Last time, they were injured by humans, so their injuries shouldn't have healed yet. Now that they're colluding with the old demonic leopard, it's even more impossible for them to seek revenge. They should enter the depths when the various regions are connected to find the only exit of this world. So you're safe for now, the old man said lightly. The only exit? Zi Chen was shocked and asked, Senior, didn't you say that there's no exit in this battlefield? The old man nodded and said, That's right, this is something that all the ancient beasts acknowledge. But it's not absolute because there's a legend that has been circulating in this region. Zi Chen listened quietly. This legend is almost as old as the ancient world. It said that in the depths of this battlefield, there's a true pure-blooded ancient beast sealed. If you can obtain the essence blood of a pure-blooded ancient beast, you can open a door to the outside world, and that's the only exit of this ancient battlefield. Every time the various regions are connected, many king-level ancient beasts, as well as many powerful ancient beasts, will enter the depths to fight for this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Then, Senior, you? Zi Chen looked at the old man in confusion. You want to ask me why I'm not going because I'm powerful, right? The old man smiled, but his smile was somewhat bitter, and there was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He said, Once upon a time, I also deeply believed in this legend, and for this reason, I would enter the depths every time and engage in battle after battle. But in the end, all I got in return was the tragic death of my companions. 1,000 years passed, and my companions who fought side by side with me all fell, but the so-called sealed ancient beast never appeared. Facts have proven that this is just a legend. Apart from a few drops of ancient beast essence blood, there are no other ancient beasts that survived. That so-called exit doesn't exist at all. Everything is a fabrication. The old man sighed. Then why are they still going there so crazily? Since it's a legend, there are naturally people who believe it. And there's indeed a mysterious place in the depths where many ancient beasts have greatly increased their strength. Occasionally, ancient beast essence blood will appear. That's true ancient beast essence blood, and one drop can transform an ancient beast. The old devil leopard ancestor refined a drop of ancient beast essence blood, and that's how his clan became so powerful. Zi Chen nodded, finally understanding. Not only was there hope in the depths, but there were also things that could make ancient beasts stronger. For example, the finger bone and broken spear that Zi Chen obtained were obtained by the old devil leopard from the depths. Then the path to the depths has been opened. Can we go there too? Zi Chen asked. He was also filled with anticipation towards the depths. Of course humans can go, because you're the trial takers here. It's just that there hasn't been a powerful human in this area for a long time, and there aren't many humans who dare to enter the depths. However, there are many humans who go to other areas every time. They're all very powerful and have many trump cards. Seeing Zi Chen's interested expression, the old man said, Back then, when I entered the depths, I discovered a few mysterious places. Because I felt that they were dangerous, I didn't dare to enter. One of them is related to the sky-splitting battle ape. In this ancient land, a sky-splitting battle ape once appeared. It fought until the heavens and earth trembled, leaving behind countless legends. In the end, it disappeared, and that place seems to be the place where the sky-splitting battle ape disappeared. Chapter 5:22. The elder's words gave Zi-Chin an urge to immediately enter the depths. Other than those secret areas, the elder also told him that there were supreme treasures in the depths. Furthermore, there were many ancient beasts there. If he wanted to undergo another baptism, he would have to enter the depths and kill the little devil leopard and wolf cub. Once the passage was opened, the ancient beasts would gather there. Killing them would be relatively easy. Of course, with so many ancient beast kings present, the danger level in the depths was several levels higher than the outside world. In the past, none of the trial takers had dared to enter the depths of this region. And among those trial takers, there were also trial takers from the 5 overlords. In the Bedlam region, their inheritances were ancient, over 10,000 years old. They were considered overlords, and a single word from them could shake the entire Bedlam region. But in the ancient battlefield, there were only small powers that had come here 10 times. Compared to those powers that had come here dozens of times, they were much weaker in terms of foundation and strength. "Senior, since there are supreme treasures in the depths, why don't you come with us?" asked Zi-Chin. He wanted to find a backer. The elder shook his head, clearly saying that he wouldn't go. That disappointed Zi-Chin. The monk's baptism still hadn't ended, so Zi-Chin naturally couldn't leave immediately. He still had to wait for a while. But during this time he didn't stay idle. The spirit-devouring rats had discovered that there were many ancient beasts in the surroundings that seemed to be spying on them. Zi-Chin was delighted to hear that. Just as he was about to doze off, someone had sent him a pillow. He was still a bit away from perfect control, but now a sparring partner had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. On that day, Zi-Chin found a sparring partner and immediately began fighting. The battle lasted for 2 hours. During that time, the ancient beast didn't have any chance to counterattack. It could only passively endure Zi-Chin's attacks. It was like a living target, constantly testing the power of Zi-Chin's attacks. After 2 hours, the ancient beast died. But when it died, there was no fear in its eyes. Instead, there was a kind of relief. As the sky darkened, Zi-Chin returned. On the second day, he found another ancient beast and made his move. Just like the day before, the ancient beast finally realized that death was a form of release after enduring hundreds and thousands of punches. Thus, it died with a sense of release. The first battle only took 2 hours. As it was still early, Zi-Chin found the second and third ancient beasts. 3 days later, Zi-Chin had killed 7 ancient beasts in total. On the 4th day, there were no longer any traces of ancient beasts in the surroundings. Zi-Chin felt that it was a pity that so many sparring partners were gone just like that. Fortunately, at this moment, Tyrant had also successfully completed his baptism and transformed once again. His body flickered with golden light, and Buddhist light illuminated the world. He had a benevolent countenance and looked like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. His battle prowess naturally became stronger, and he was about to fight with Zi-Chin. His image as an eminent monk was instantly destroyed. Zi-Chin nodded. He was happy to find a sparring partner. Hence, the two of them engaged in an intense battle beside the black pool. This battle lasted for a very long time and only ended when the monk's energy was depleted. Zi-Chin did not use the finger bone or the broken spear. He only used pure strength. The two of them fought to a draw. Tyrant secretly exclaimed that Zi-Chin was too monstrous. He simply had inhuman battle prowess. While he was admiring Zi-Chin's strength, Tyrant seemed to have forgotten that he himself was also extraordinary to be able to fight to a draw with an inhuman existence. For the next half a day, Tyrant took out his sword tooth and divided up the 7 ancient beasts that Zi-Chin had killed in the past few days. As they were about to head deeper, the greedy monk finally gave up on continuing his baptism. A day later, the two of them bade farewell to the old man and headed deeper. The demonic ape lay in Zi Chen's arms and slept. The spirit-devouring rat followed. The group of four continued on their journey. The ancient battlefield had been open for more than a month. Zi Chen had killed nearly 20 ancient beasts. He secretly exclaimed that there were many ancient beasts here, but many forces did not even manage to kill a single ancient beast. Just as the devouring sky wolf had said, ancient beasts were the strongest among those of the same level. They could completely slaughter humans. Many humans encountered powerful ancient beasts, but not only did they fail to kill them, they were also killed instead. One should know that the auction price of a single entry token was millions of high-grade primordial stones. This caused some forces to only be able to purchase one token and send in 5 Zephyrs. If these 5 Zephyrs encountered ancient beasts like Grey Rat or Black Rat, they would barely be able to kill them with their elixir weapons. If they encountered the demonic leopard or wolf cub, they would be slaughtered instead. In this region, being able to kill a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant was already an incredible feat. However, in a certain corner of this region, an ancient beast comparable to wolf cub was trapped by humans. It was a golden-furred lion. It was tall and abnormally majestic. Its fur was glowing. Although it was not a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant, it was not much different from the demonic leopard cub. Roar! The golden-furred lion's roar shook the heavens. A powerful aura surged around its body. With every movement, a burst of crazy energy was swept up. It was already trapped by the formation. Above its head, formation flags emitted a destructive aura. Terrifying energy kept falling, hitting the golden lion below. However, the golden lion's defense was very strong. This formation that could easily slaughter humans could not break through the golden lion's defense. In the formation, other than the golden lion, there were also human figures flashing. They used strange footwork techniques to shuttle through the formation, avoiding the destructive energy. It was as if they were in a place where there was no one, and they took the opportunity to kill the golden lion. Clang! Light flashed, and the elixir weapons emitted a cold aura. However, when they hit the golden lion, they made a clanging sound. They could not even break through the golden lion's defense. Instead, the golden lion's attack could injure the humans. Zhang Haotian, this beast's defense is too strong. Attack its vital points. Outside the formation, the young man controlling the formation transmitted his voice. Light flashed in his hands as he changed hand seals to control the formation flags. In the sky, the formation flags were constantly changing and powerful attacks were launched. However, most of the time, the young man was still maintaining the formation. The golden lion's attack power was very strong. A casual attack could shake the formation. If they only attacked without defending, the formation would be broken by the golden lion. In order to trap this big guy, they had worked hard for half a month. They had used all kinds of methods to trap it. Naturally, they would not let it escape so easily. Swoosh! A strange red light suddenly appeared from the side and went straight to the golden lion's eyes. It was a red blade and it was very sharp. It directly pierced into the golden lion's eyes. The one holding the blade was actually a beautiful woman in red. Puff! The blade pierced through the golden lion's eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden lion was in pain. It let out a roar that shook the heavens. It went completely crazy and one of its claws slashed forward. The woman who had just attacked drew her sharp blade and quickly dodged, wanting to avoid this attack. However, she was too slow, and the golden claw hit her, causing her to suffer a heavy blow. She coughed up a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Bastard! Suddenly a shout rang out again. Another green light flashed from the formation and rushed toward the golden lion. Wang Qiong, the golden lion has gone berserk. Hurry back! A shout came from outside the formation. However, it was clearly too late. The man called Wang Qiong had already flashed in front of the golden lion, and his pill weapon stabbed forward. It was still the golden lion's eyes. The pill weapon stabbed in the same place. Then Wang Qiong was sent flying by the berserk golden lion. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Bastard, watch how I, Wang Shan, kill you!" Just as Wang Qiong was sent flying, another young man appeared in the formation. He held a pill weapon and attacked fiercely. At this moment, the void trembled. A cold light pierced into the golden lion's other eye. This was a completely suicidal attack. He was determined to kill the golden lion. Unfortunately, he had overlooked the powerful vitality of ancient beasts. Even with both eyes pierced, he was still alive. Pooh! Blood rained down from the sky. Wang Shan was also sent flying. At the same time, the golden lion went berserk, and the entire formation started to tremble. The young man controlling the formation continuously coughed up blood, and he gave up on attacking. He controlled the formation flags to descend and surround the golden lion, and he started to surround it. Then, another black light appeared and struck the golden lion's injured eye. It was the young man who had attacked first. His name was Zhang Haoyan. This was a bitter battle. 5 human experts had joined forces to kill the golden lion, but they were still at a disadvantage. The golden lion, whose eyes had been blinded, was in a completely berserk state. It repeatedly attacked the formation, and the formation, which had turned from attack to defense, was actually unable to withstand it. Crack! Crack! Under the golden lion's charge, cracks began to appear on the array flags that were inserted into the ground, and they were about to shatter. "No, the formation is about to break!" shouted the young man. "Kill!" In the formation, the 3 men and the woman stood up again. They wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and rushed toward the golden lion. Every attack was aimed at the golden lion's vital points. Every attack was powerful. At this moment, the 4 of them were giving it their all. Roar! The golden lion roared and struggled. Its voice shook the sky as it continued to attack. The 3 men and the woman in the formation were injured again. It could be said that they had suffered more injuries. As they persisted, the golden lion's roar became weaker and weaker. Its movements also became slower and slower. In the end, it fell with a bang. A golden lion comparable to a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant was killed by 5 humans. This was simply a miracle. As for the 5 humans who had created this miracle, they had also paid a great price for it. All of them were heavily injured and had suffered fatal injuries. The previous battle caused too much of a commotion. It might attract other people or ancient beasts. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly," said the young man named Wang Qiong. Then he supported his injured body and stood up. Beside him, the young man maintaining the formation also collected the cracked formation flags. "We used up a lot of energy this time, but to be able to kill an ancient beast with a very pure bloodline, it was all worth it." "As long as we find a place to recuperate for a few days, we will be able to kill another ancient beast," said the youth who had finished collecting the array flags. "Pa, pa." Chapter 5:23. They had just slain the ancient beast, and they were still severely injured. Their energy had also been depleted to the limit. So before they could recover from their injuries, a human had already appeared. I didn't believe it before when they said that the barbarians of this generation are very strong. Now that I see the 5 of you can kill a pure-blooded ancient beast, I believe it. More and more humans appeared. First, there were more than 10, then 20, and the number was still increasing. "Who are you?" Wang Qiong was the first to speak. The 5 of them looked at the strangers warily. Sensing that they were not friendly, he took out a drop of mid-grade yuan liquid and swallowed it. At the same time, the others did the same. Even though mid-grade yuan liquid was expensive and they only had 1 drop each, They still had to swallow it to recover their energy. Haha, who are we? The number of humans finally stopped at 39. One of them, a young man with a cold expression, laughed loudly and said mockingly, "Barbarians, wash your dog ears and listen carefully. We are from the 8 major forces of Chaos City." The other party's arrogance made Wang Qiong frown. "We don't have any enmity with each other, right?" "No enmity? Barbarian dog, you're lying through your teeth. You just stole our ancient beast, and now you dare say you have no enmity with each other?" A cold voice sounded from the other side. It was another young leader of a major force. It was obvious that these 39 people were divided into 8 teams, and each team had a leader who represented a faction. "Idiot, this is the ancient beast we killed. We spent half a month on it. When did it become your ancient beast?" Wang Shan was furious. "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but this is a pure-blooded ancient beast. It's very strong. Do you idiots have the strength to kill it?" Wang Shan was a true spoiled brat in the land of the barbarians. He would often snatch someone's love away from them. He would commit all sorts of crimes and was lawless. However, he was always the one who snatched from others. Since when was it someone else's turn to snatch from him? At this moment, the other party's words had completely enraged Wang Shan. Mother***cur, barbarian dogs? Then what are you guys? Chaotic dogs? For the past 3 years, the arrogance that he had been suppressing in the fringe had been completely unleashed. He, Wang Shan, had never seen anyone more arrogant than him since he was born. Those who were more arrogant than him, except for one exception, were all dead. King Mountain's outburst stunned the people from the 8 major forces. The barbarian dog, who was already seriously injured, still dared to curse others. This was somewhat unexpected. Then there was a crazy killing intent in everyone's eyes. Behind Wang Qiong, the others also had angry expressions. They had paid a huge price to kill this ancient beast, and these people actually wanted to shamelessly snatch it. Only Wang Qiong was still relatively calm. He said calmly, "You guys must be mistaken. This is an ancient beast that we worked so hard to kill. How could we snatch it from you? It's a mistake. Do you think we're like you, brainless barbarian dogs? Look at all of us. We're all fully prepared. You'll know if there's a mistake or not." This time, the one who spoke was the leader of the Liu clan. In this region, he had been beaten up by Zi Qin and knocked out by the spirit-devouring rats. He hated barbarians to the extreme. There were dozens of flickering alchemy weapons in the surroundings. Killing intent locked onto them. Every cultivator who entered this time had an alchemy weapon. Alchemy weapons were rare in the fringe, but here they were as common as cabbages. Seeing this scene, Wang Shan and the others were even more enraged. They were true monstrous geniuses and were not any weaker than these leaders. If they hadn't been seriously injured from fighting the ancient beast, they wouldn't have been afraid even if they were surrounded. However, these people seemed to have grasped the fact that they were heavily injured. That was why they dared to appear. Wang Qiong smiled. His voice was still calm as he said, "It looks like this is a misunderstanding. Since you guys found the ancient beast first, you can take it. We'll leave now." After saying that, Wang Qiong led the 4 away. Looking at the dead Jinshi, the 4 of them were unwilling. However, when they saw Wang Qiong's sharp eyes, they didn't say anything and left. In the fringe, Wang Qiong was able to lead a force that could protect itself. This was enough to prove his leadership ability. Wait a minute. Can a misunderstanding be resolved? I think this beauty is not bad. She's delicate and soft. Why don't she stay and accompany us as an apology? Another person said. He was an expert from the Ning clan. That's right. We've been killing ancient beasts here, and we're tired. We need someone to help us loosen our bones. This chick should stay. Another expert said. Stay, and let us play with her. Damn it. A bunch of barbarian dogs and a chick. You guys really know how to enjoy yourselves. When we're tired of playing with her, we'll naturally send her to you." The other leaders also spoke with a mocking look. This bunch of scum. Wang Shan was furious. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the people who spoke. Zhang Haoyan and LV Peng also had the urge to attack. Hearing those filthy words, Wang Xian's face turned ashen. If she wasn't seriously injured, she would have already killed them. "Don't be rash. Listen to my orders." Wang Qiong's expression also turned gloomy. However, he was still restraining himself. All 5 of them were seriously injured. If they rushed over and fought with their lives on the line, they would definitely die. Death might be a relief, but if they were lucky enough to survive, it would be an inhumane torture for them. Wang Qiong would never allow such a thing to happen, especially to his sister. Bang! Light flashed around Wang Qiong's body. Then he kicked out. A surge of energy surged, and the dead Jinshi was kicked away. While they were talking, the energy in their bodies had completely recovered. Wang Qiong's kick was full of power. The Jinshi was kicked a few miles away like a golden meteorite. "Let's go!" After kicking the Jinshi, Wang Qiong shouted and led the group in the opposite direction. The ancient beast that they had spent so much time and effort to kill was kicked away without any hesitation. This showed Wang Qiong's decisiveness. Such a scene was obviously out of the expectations of the 39 people from the 8 major forces. However, they were only stunned for a moment before they reacted instantly. Half of the 39 people chased after the 5 barbarians, while the rest went to split the Jinshi. These barbarians are already injured. They won't be able to run far. Other than that woman, kill the rest. The 39 people team was divided into 2 groups. One group of 20 people chased after the barbarians. Only 20 people. Do you think we're easy to bully? Looking at the pursuers behind him, Wang Shan snorted. Killing intent surged in his eyes. LV Peng, prepare the array. We'll destroy this bunch of chaotic dogs. Just 20 people with ordinary combat strength. They're simply courting death. Zhang Haoyan's eyes flickered with cold light. You don't need to do anything. I can use the array to destroy them. First, open up the distance and wait for me to set up the array. A bunch of chaotic dogs. LV Peng was so angry that he cursed. However, before they could set up the array, they found that the number of pursuers behind them had increased. The 19 people who went to find the Jinshi had all turned back. Damn it, they didn't split the Jinshi. Obviously, they want to kill us first. Wang Qiong's face changed. The 8 major forces had actually abandoned the Jinshi and turned to kill them. This was obviously out of his expectations. They were seriously injured, so their speed was not very fast. Soon, the people from the 8 major forces caught up. After the incident with Ziqin, the people from the 8 major forces hated the barbarians to the core. They were determined to exterminate them and vent their anger. Moreover, these barbarians were very strong. Each of them had monstrous combat strength. If they were allowed to escape, they would suffer terrible revenge in the future. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to kill them first and then divide the treasures. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. If this situation continued, they would soon be besieged. Moreover, they were seriously injured. Once they were besieged, they would die. Wang Qiong, protect Wang Xian well. I believe that Ziqin is in this area. Let's find him first. Zhang Haotian suddenly spoke, after which he actually abandoned the rest of the group and rushed towards the 39 people alone. Zhang Haotian, come back. Wang Qiong shouted, but the latter had already rushed toward the 8 major forces. Looking at Zhang Haotian's back, Wang Qiong's eyes were moist. This cold young man had always been a man of few words and was very unsociable. However, at the moment of life and death, he resolutely gave up his life. Wang Xian was already crying. Wang Shan's eyes were also red, but the hatred in his eyes was even stronger. I swear, I will beat you scum into a pig's head. Wang Shan was furious. Ever since he was beaten up by Ziqin, Wang Shan had already regarded being beaten up by a pig's head as the cruelest punishment in the world. Once he said this, it proved that the anger in his heart had reached its peak. Zhang Haotian held his sharp blade and rushed toward the 8 major forces. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Blood began to splatter. In just an instant, there were several wounds on Zhang Haotian's body. He was fighting a bloody battle. More energy swept over him. Take care. Seeing that Zhang Haotian was about to lose his life, LV Peng also rushed forward. At the same time, the formation flags around him shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying aura was emitted. The power of the formation flags rose to the peak. The cracks that had already appeared on the flags started to spread at this moment. Take Xian, and leave quickly. I can save Zhang Haotian. These were LV Peng's last words. Then, all the formation flags exploded. A dazzling light and destructive energy filled the entire world. Looking at the 2 resolute figures, tears fell from the corners of Wang Qiong's eyes. He realized that he was crying. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he last cried. It seemed that he had forgotten what tears were from the moment he stepped on the path of cultivation. At the moment when his tears fell, he also understood the true meaning of brothers. Wang Xian was sobbing silently. Wang Shan was silent, but there was a flame in his eyes. They didn't know whether LV Peng and Zhang Haotian were still alive, but not long after, the pursuers caught up with them again. Take sister and leave. Seeing the pursuers behind him, Wang Shan spoke. Then he left the team and rushed toward the 8 major forces. If you find brother-in-law, remember to tell him to help me take revenge for Zhang Haotian and LV Peng. Before you kill them, you must beat them into a pig's head. Also, tell brother-in-law that I hate being beaten into a pig's head. Wang Shan left, but his words were still echoing in their ears. Then there was a burst of energy explosion. Wang Shan was drowned in a lot of energy. Chapter 5:24. Ziqin and the others rushed into the depths of the forest. During this period of time, they killed all the ancient beasts they encountered. As they went deeper, they found fewer and fewer ancient beasts. They did not see any pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts. After a few days, they only killed 2 ordinary ancient beasts. In this regard, the monk was deeply dissatisfied. He declared that his saber teeth had not drunk blood for a long time and had become unbearably thirsty. The spirit-devouring rat only slightly corrected him, saying that it was the saber teeth of the saber-toothed demonic leopard, and it was beaten up by the monk. You wastrel! You can't find ancient beasts or inheritances. Now you can't even get the highest grade primordial stones. What's the use of you? Monk was very dissatisfied with the spirit-devouring rats in action. The spirit-devouring rat blinked innocently and complained because many ancient beasts had entered the depths. Hey, there are traces of a battle. It seems to have happened not long ago. Monk was surprised to see the mess around and the red blood stains on the ground. It doesn't look like a battle with ancient beasts. Instead, it looks like humans are killing each other. I wonder which 2 forces started the battle. Seeing the traces of the battle, Tyrant started to analyze. Ziqin only glanced at it briefly before ignoring it. If it was a battle between humans and ancient beasts, he might be interested. As for humans, especially the battle between 2 forces, he was not interested in it at all. The group went forward again. During this time, more and more traces of battle were left on the ground. Could it be that the 2 forces entered the depths while fighting? Monk guessed. As they went forward, the traces of battle became more obvious. The ground was ravaged beyond recognition and became more chaotic. However, at the end of the chaotic ground, there was a huge crack. A human corpse was lying there quietly. It was a bloody figure with many wounds on his body. He was motionless, as if he had been dead for a long time. A corpse. How unlucky. Monk frowned when he saw the corpse from afar. He felt unlucky and wanted to take a detour. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Maybe there's a spirit ring. As expected of the greedy monk, he did not have the slightest bit of mercy. He did not even let go of the dead and rushed straight to the corpse. Zi-Chen ignored him. It was obvious that the spirit ring on the corpse had been taken away. Zi-Chen, come here quickly. This person is still alive. Suddenly, Tyrant cried out in alarm. He's still alive. Then use the precious pill to save him. Zi-Chen was a little surprised, but he still did not go over. In this ancient battlefield, it was too normal for one person to die. Moreover, Zi-Chen was not a compassionate person, so he could not be bothered. Hurry up and bring me the precious pill. I want to save him. Tyrant shouted. Zi-Chen's indifferent expression froze, and his expression changed in an instant. He could hear the seriousness and anxiety in the monk's voice. Then the monk shouted again, he is Wang Shan. What? Wang Shan? Zi-Chen's expression changed again. He transformed into a beam of golden light and appeared before Wang Shan in an instant. There were at least dozens of wounds all over Wang Shan's body. The blood in his body had almost dried up, and there was only a faint breath coming from his nose. His vitality was extremely weak. As if he sensed Zi-Chen's arrival, Wang Shan slowly opened his eyes. Then there was a light in his gray eyes. Sister, Brother Fu. He used a lot of energy to shout those 3 words. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Don't speak. I'll save you first. Zi-Chen's expression became gloomy. Wang Shan's injuries were very serious, and he did not have much life left. If they had come a little later, Wang Shan would have died without a doubt. Who would have thought that when Wang Shan heard that, he would actually shake his head with difficulty and say softly, "It's useless. I can't do it anymore. You go and save sister first. She's here." Wang Shan was very weak, and his words were intermittent. In the end, he did not finish his sentence. His eyes gradually lost their light, and his vitality also dissipated. He's dead. Looking at the lifeless Wang Shan, Tyrant was startled. His face darkened. Shut up, you damn bald donkey. He's not dead. There's still a heartbeat. Zi-Chen touched Wang Shan's chest. There was still an extremely weak heartbeat. In an instant, he took out a treasure pill and shouted, "Spirit-devouring rat." The spirit-devouring rat had already reached Zi-Chen's side. When it heard the cry of grief, it did not say anything and pointed its little paw at its chest. In the next moment, drops of bright essence, blood appeared. A total of 5 drops of essence, blood flashed and appeared in front of Zi-Chen. Then, the treasure pill mixed with the ancient beast essence blood was sent into Wang Shan's mouth. This was the treasure pill stolen from the Ning family. It was the same as the one Zi-Chen had taken before. It could bring people back to life. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a strong aura of life. Now that it was mixed with the essence blood of the spirit-devouring rat, the effect of the treasure pill was stronger. As soon as the treasure pill entered Wang Shan's mouth, it melted. A strong aura of life rushed into Wang Shan's body. His originally very weak heartbeat was wrapped in this aura of life and slowly became stronger. And Wang Shan's face, which was full of despair, was glowing again. The aura of life of the treasure pill and the essence blood of the spirit-devouring rat melted in Wang Shan's body and rushed to his limbs and bones. The wounds all over Wang Shan's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the scabs fell off, revealing the radiant skin. As expected of the treasure pill that was worth millions, it had extraordinary effects. It took Wang Shan back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. In just a few breaths, Wang Shan's heart started to beat vigorously again. The life force that was gradually losing gradually became vigorous again. This time, Wang Shan was only a hair's breadth away from death. Although the treasure pill's effect was special, it could not restore him to his peak state in a few breaths like Zichen did last time. Wang Shan's eyes widened and regained their vigor. Then he felt the strong aura of life in his body. Brother-in-law, this. Although he was still weak, he spoke more clearly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What happened? How did you get surrounded and killed? Zichen asked. His face was extremely gloomy. He seemed to have heard something about Wang Xian just now. Hurry up and save my sister. She's right in front. Hurry up. Wang Shan suddenly woke up and exclaimed. Xian, she's surrounded. Where is she? Zichen's gloomy face was filled with killing intent. Hurry up. If we're late, she might be killed by the people from the 8 major forces. Wang Shan anxiously pointed in a direction. The strong killing intent turned into a monstrous killing intent. Zichen looked up and roared. 8 major forces. I want all of you dead. Demon ape, follow me. With a shout, Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed forward at his fastest speed. Then, a ray of black light followed closely. It was the demon ape. I'm going too. Feeling the monstrous killing intent around Zichen, the spirit-devouring rat naturally felt the seriousness of the matter. It immediately turned into a ray of light and followed. Come back here and carry him with you. But before the spirit-devouring rat could move forward, it was caught by Tyrant and asked to carry Wang Shan. I'll carry him. The spirit-devouring rat was stunned. It was less than a meter tall, but a human was almost 2 meters tall. You glutton. You don't have any fighting strength. If you don't carry him, who will? Hurry up and follow me. Tyrant was already a few hundred meters away. A sword tooth appeared in his hand, shining brightly and making clanging sounds. The spirit-devouring rat was furious. It had no choice but to carry Wang Shan and follow. Wang Shan was still very weak, but he was still dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the spirit-devouring rat and thought to himself, this is an ancient beast. Along the way, Wang Qiong's eyes were filled with pain as he watched his companions die one by one. A strong sense of regret spread in his heart. As the leader of the team, he had miscalculated this time. Jin Shi's strength was far beyond his imagination. Although they managed to kill him, they were all seriously injured. The people from the 8 major forces appeared so suddenly. At this moment he was covered in blood. He pulled Wang Xian and kept running. But as his injuries worsened, their speed became slower and slower. Suddenly, Wang Qiong staggered and almost fell. Brother, Wang Xian, I was shocked. She used to be a peerless beauty, but now her peerless beauty was tainted by tears and blood. Her fairy-like beauty was no longer there. I'm fine, Wang Qiong said, but soon he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were still firm as he pulled Wang Xian and ran. Brother, let's fight them. Seeing Wang Qiong's injuries worsening, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. Her tears had already dried up. At this moment, there was only killing intent in her heart. Let's go. Wang Qiong shook his head and pulled Wang Xian to speed up. Let's fight them. In the end, I'll kill myself. Wang Xian said firmly. Kill yourself? Haha. Do you think that killing yourself can solve everything? Even if it's suicide, we have ways to torture you. Cold laughter was heard as the people from the 8 major forces caught up. Kill. The pursuers were already very close. Running away was useless, so the 2 of them turned around and fought back. Saber light and sword shadows flashed frequently, revealing their murderous intent. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian were surrounded by the crowd. The 2 of them stood back to back with wounds all over their bodies. Fresh blood flowed out continuously, and there were a few corpses at their feet. The two of them were demon-like talents. Even though they were severely injured, they were not people that could be killed by ordinary geniuses. The team of 39 people had been chasing them all the way. Now, there were less than 20 people left. Almost half of them were dead. Damned barbarian dogs. How dare you kill so many of us? We'll definitely punish you later. Even if you die, I'll still profane your souls. One of the leaders said viciously. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. Out of the 8 leaders, there were only 6 left. As for the other 2, they were not sure if they were dead. Wang Qiong's expression was cold, and he did not say a word. The Qingfeng's sword in his hand was dripping with fresh blood. Some of it was his blood, and some of it was the blood of others. Wang Xian held a sharp blade in her hand. The blade was dripping with blood, which was used to kill the enemy. Her left hand was holding a short sword, which was reserved for herself. Kill. Chop the man half to death first. Then, kill the woman in front of him. Following the cold voice, another round of attacks began. Under the flashing saber light and sword shadows, another 2 geniuses fell. Wang Qiong's injuries were even more serious, and he could not hold on any longer. Brother, I'll make a move first. Wang Xian was calm in the face of death. She slowly raised the short sword in her hand and aimed it at her heart. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Wang Qiong's eyes were filled with guilt, but the coldness around him was even stronger. He would not commit suicide because he wanted to kill the enemy. Stop her, stop her. Everyone attack her. Seeing that the dagger was about to land on their hearts, the leaders of the 8 major forces shouted, Buzz. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.